Welcome back, everybody. I hope whenever we do these missing Mondays and missing Sundays, it always feels like forever until we come back to the point where I'm like, where were we again? And even though I've watched the VOD, I need to rewatch the VOD, at least the last half hour, be like, okay, where did we exactly end? But luckily, with this one, a key figure is present now once again. So it made it a little bit more memorable for you guys to run into him. But recapping a little bit of last session. You guys were met with a heavy storm. And I don't think any of you guys have been out on the water in open ocean during a heavy winter storm. It is a sight to behold, and you guys probably in some sort of tropical storm too. You guys have made it around. Racha was able to get eyes on a nearby island, giving you a rough idea of possibly where you guys are on the world. And with the chaos ensuing from the magic of the boat not being able to resist the waves that are currently being created, 20, 30, 40-foot swells, those that have problems with seasickness were laid bare on this one, immediately taking two of you guys pretty much out of the fight. The rest, Amric and Bryn working on the sails, Polly controlling water to the best of his ability, and Rachad doing what Rachad does best, basically trying to be everywhere at once. Chaos ensued as, unfortunately, parts of the boat, which yet hadn't fully recovered, were losing the battle against the storm. It just took a couple bad rolls and heavy damage until a sail got ripped off. First, Amric got launched, and he spent a good time channeling his inner Dory, and just kept swimming. And the best thing he had at his disposal was Moonbeam to send out a signal flare of some sort of where he may be. Unfortunately, Moonbeam is a faint light. But eventually, as the ship got closer, started doing what Amric does best in throwing things. Unfortunately, none of them were weapons, so they didn't go as far as they normally do, but still was enough. Back on the boat, a labored Bryn was trying to now do two rolls in one, ended up losing the first mast, which ended up taking out Polly, and them both going off into the water, and Bryn was able to wrangle in the second mast, while Nori polymorphed into a sperm whale, and went and gently gnawed at the sail that had Polly inside, until they could get to a reasonable position, let Polly get out, and then Polly ended up riding that whale for a while, trying to chase after the ship. Bryn was able to control the mast, and Ladash was able to get the ship in the pathway back to the island that they had originally saw after making a big old loop to come back for Amric. And between Racha, Bryn, and a semi-conscious Kaporin laying on top, they were able to quite efficiently yeet Amric out of the water, and then sort of jump and dust around, far stepping and doing all the spells necessary to get Amric at least back onto the ship. The ship then limped its way to the island with a certain whale and Polly with the front mast following behind, and as the ship got to the island, a small crew of individuals covered in full head-to-toe raincoats came running out. to assist in bringing the ship in. First off, not even be able to see their face, just body language alone saying, "The fuck is this ship doing out here during the storm?" But they assisted anyway. The Whale and Polly and Mast made their way to the beach not too far away, and as Nori changed back, both Polly and her started dragging the mast back to the ship and the dock. And it was at this time that the person who seemed to be barking, or at least directing the orders of the individuals currently helping you, a decently taller gentleman, seemed to recognize a few of you as Nori rounded the corner after dropping the mast off at the portion of the dock that meets the sand, and you guys coming to meet one another at the same time as he lifted up the front portion of his rain hat. And Jonathan Ladash, Captain Ladash, Skipper Ladash, he's gone by many names just from this group alone, welcomed, at least recognized, Nori and Bryn, as they were the two more prominent people from either side coming at him currently.
I would like to amend Nori's response to when he shows up. It is no reaction because she's right in front of her wife, who has a massive gash across her nose and a gash on her arm. So her reaction is, "Heal the wife." So that's what she's doing.
As Bryn's like walking over getting off the gangplank and onto, which is like currently being held by two individuals just to keep it like semi-steady, because the ship is still like rising and lowering in the water behind you. So it's definitely like you take a step and all of a sudden the ship drops 2 feet and you're like, whoa. But you're able to keep it together and you're like, you know what, quicker is better, and just skitter your way down as Nori is kind of just like, hi, and you go over.
What does this guy look like?
Jonathan Ladash, well, a lot you can't see on him. He's covered.
Also, you said Ladash is the name of the captain, and what's his real name?
That is his name, Jonathan Ladash.
No, not on our ship, it's not.
No, he's the captain that we met on the beach that's helping us currently.
Yeah,
no,
Castian is your guy.
Castian, you said Ladash earlier, that's why.
Oh, my apologies. I had Ladash on the brain.
That's fine. Yeah,
I'm
trying to get him on
Everyone
the brain.
does.
What does he look like?
Like I said, unfortunately, you can't see too much of him. His very dark green, possibly brown, blackish raincoat covers the majority of his body, and his hat covers, like, it's only when he lifts it up that you're actually able to see anything and make recognition with the people who do know Ladash. But what you do see from that portion is a decently hard, chiseled jaw, Goliath in nature, it looks like, from what you can see. And it being pretty dark outside, not too much beyond that, except something that's different between those that knew him then and knew him now. It almost looks like he's got the tiniest little bits of embers in his eyes. Just a tiny bit of luminescence coming out from right behind the pupil. But he greets Nori and Bryn, and then Nori, like, hi, probably with a bit more of a confused, yet not so confused, more like, I should have known type of face, as you go over and give the healing out to Bryn, sort of just like, Bryn, you're like, oh, and you're about to give her a hug, and she just goes, slap on your face, slap on your arm, and just heals.
I do not slap her. Excuse you.
You gotta touch him. So you touch them.
She hugs.
Do not slap her.
Aggressively grab.
Yeah. Well, the dock itself isn't. It's a buoyancy dock. It's not a hard set dock. So those who are seasick are still seasick. So
Kaporan's all like, hi, as he continues to crawl past onto the.
Well, Nori had a little bit of time to recover, so she's decently okay. So I feel like she wouldn't at least slap Bryn.
I was
like,
making a joke, but
how dare you make a joke?
Bryn,
That's her wife.
These are half heals. They're not full heals because she is trying to close the wounds, and to do that, that's more of a concentrated healing. So you only get 14 overall, but I'd say your wounds are completely closed. No worrying about bleeding out because your arm one did nick an artery. So I was waiting for you to be like, I start saying something like, no, you don't. You pass out. Why? Because As everyone looks across the top of the deck, half of it's water, half of it's blood.
Yeah, because and then head wounds bleed a lot, so Bryn's just bleeding heavily. So why the fuck would she?
She's fine. She's fine. It doesn't look as bad
Is she
because it's
bleeding
raining heavily. So
Rashawn and Amric staunched the bleeding for the most part last time.
But
Now
after
Emmerich
she
just got like 7 concussions from being ran over by a boat.
you're a hard head, it's fine.
And literally none of us can
Yeah.
do anything about it with your condition.
I'll pop
No,
a
Nori
heal
can.
into Amric,
Nori will go
even
for
though
it.
it's not going to do much.
yeah.
One's like, I got you back on the boat. I'm sorry.
After Bryn gets off and Nori and her move away, Kaporin, you start to crawl your way over the top, but one of the people who are holding the gangplank are just gonna straight up grab your back, like in between your shoulders, and just lift you up with your armor and just move you out of the way as like Amric, Rachaw, Castian, they're all like right behind you, like, bro. But
He just lets it happen.
but you guys slowly but surely get off the ship, and Castian has left his hand attached to the wheel once again.
But yeah, after Ladash says Bryn Nori's as Nori's coming up, she's gonna be like, Ladash, where the fuck are we? And then Nori, can you do that later? That kind of hurt.
That's like when Amber comes down, that'll be for him.
No, I know. Just the first 2 that you did. She went, fuck, God
Bryn, you see the trail of blood.
I'm good now. Just do the rest later when we're not bobbing.
Nori's just been feeling her up, hearing wounds the whole time.
Also, how much does my 70 heal Amric?
You did a straight heal, a heal.
Heal.
Yeah.
So it's half, right? So 35?
Yeah, Amric, I need you to roll a d20 for me.
I have to resurrect you after I heal you? Shit.
Nope.
Nori would have to go get her bag, which is why she's like walking past.
Polly, when you go and you pump the heal spell into Amric, you can see it visually taking form. It's, repairing portions of skin. Obviously not as much as it would for anyone. Hell, if you bumped it into Bryn, you would have seen everything glow with a bright glow and just kind of... But with Amric, it's a much slower burn and a much more smoldering color to it, rather than like a bright white light. It's more of like a slight gold that kind of heals all these wounds. But there's a portion that the very tail end of your spale, get my southern name, get that spale going.
Spale?
I got that. I'm thinking of Tamberlay. At the end of your spell, you start to feel something returning to you. And you finish the spell work, and you kind of pull your hands away, and as you do so, it's almost like, at first you think it's blood, but it's not. It's almost, it has something in the realm of possibly ichor or protoplasm or something. It's got a slime to it that as you remove your hand, it sort of webs between your hand and his arm, and then kind of just like slurps back into him. And it's not even on the surface of his skin or anything.
It's a good thing that I only have to be within 60 feet of him.
Oh, well, if you weren't touching, then...
No, I absolutely would, because I want to make sure that he's all right.
Yeah.
Does it make me feel weird, or is it like, does it feel poisonous?
Make an
or
insight check.
burn, or...
Ladash, answering you, goes, well, how about we get you inside out of this godforsaken storm? And he kind of just points to the end of the dock. There's a small, almost would resemble like a hunter's cabin, log cabin-esque type of thing right there. And he goes, go to my office. I know, I have an office. Doesn't even actually read your faces, just like knows you guys are going to be about to be like, oh, office. And then, so it just starts heading in that direction. You don't feel anything ominous or anything from the reaction that you're having to Amric. It doesn't feel like there's anything specifically driving whatever that was. So it's not like God related. It's not, there's no thought process behind whatever happened. It just seems to be a reaction. It just seems to be a reaction, like almost like a rash would be a reaction to something. It just seems to be more whatever's going on with his body type of thing.
Well, it's a good thing it's raining because we can wash all this off. I don't know why this happened, but apparently let's expect it to happen every time I heal you, I guess.
Did I notice that happen, or was that just all from Polly's perspective?
I should hope you noticed it happened.
When he probably went, ew, from pulling his hand back, and this like long, stringy, sort of dark green black substance was stretching between you, it's probably a little bit noticeable.
Like colored dark green black?
Mm-hmm.
Ew. What the hell, Amric?
What do you mean, what the hell? It's your magic? What are you doing to me?
What? I was just trying to heal you, and now you're like gooping all over me. What the fuck? You know what? Seriously, you need to have a talk with that god of yours and figure this shit out, because this is gross. I mean, we're still friends and shit, but wow, really?
You're not exactly very talkative.
I mean, not from your end, no. Oh, you mean the god? Yeah, tell me about it. Trust me, I miss Ilinid a lot.
Like the person who's like pulling up the gangplank after Cassian's gone kind of just looks at Cassian, and Cassian just goes and just walks right past. Like,
How does Castian look, by the way?
Tired. He was basically fighting that with that helm the entire time.
Well, I knew that, but does he look injured or anything like that?
I mean, he's missing his hand, but beyond that, he's not injured.
Well, that's not anything new.
Well, it's not new, but it's still.
I've had a conversation with that hand. Come on.
But no, beyond that, he seems to have either dodged or brushed off the majority of, or if any, damage.
And the fact that we drug up the small mass, did it reincorporate?
Even Cassian would say that we probably won't try that till tomorrow.
Okay.
Because of how weak the ship is, it's like he's gonna need to be able to focus.
Hey, Castian, by
Yes?
the way, I just happen to have a level 7 spell left. And if I threw in some healing magic, would your ship be able to heal a little bit faster than it already hasn't?
Unfortunately, where the ship parts come from, especially the magical ones, you're going to need Fey magic for it to be beneficial.
Never mind. That's a Bella thing.
But I completely appreciate it. I feel it's a bit more on the right to make sure that everyone else is feeling better first. We can get to my ship when we need to. All said at like volume 10 because of the storm, just not actually screaming it.
I thought that the storm had calmed down a little bit.
No, I said if the storm, like, because as you guys were traveling, if the storm did calm down, that means you guys are probably going through the eye of it, and that's not a good thing. So, probably just mishearing that part, but no, it is still rocking and rolling. You guys on the dock are just like the entire time because it's a buoyancy dock, and the ship is sort of going right along with it.
Kaporn heard dry place office, and he was just like, bye. He just like, I was like, I need to get somewhere safe.
Yeah, after about 10
dock?
feet of him crawling, someone would just pick him up. Probably Ladash, since he's going that way anyway.
Woohoo! I'm gonna add that to my list. Got picked up by Ladash. Woohoo!
That makes the second one in the group. Technically the
like-
third, because Richaw was there too.
Caporn's all like, do you remember this time?
Do you remember the time?
I mean, even though he's
when
picking you up,
Remember?
Do you remember the
he's
time?
still going up and down with the dock, so you're still seasick.
Damn. Okay.
No talking for Caporan.
Yeah.
How sad.
And
What
it's
a
pretty
shame.
and it's pretty loud, so he would just tell you to be quiet until you got inside. But eventually you guys do all make it down the dock and into this cabin, which the door on the outside and the size of this thing, you guys are about to be like, a Goliath, well, technically 2 Goliaths, or a Goliath and a half. And some of our other people all fitting into this small cabin is going to be interesting. But as soon as the door opens, you realize, and you hear lots of noise coming from the inside. This dock, this little building are pretty much the only things on this side of the island. Like there's no town, there is no multi-dock. It's just a single dock and a single little cabin attached to it. But as the door opens up, warmth and holy smells of baked goods and like meat roaring on a fire, just all of it just hits you guys. And there's a bit of quiet as the door opens and Ladash starts to drag Kaporan through. But once everyone inside realizes that Kaporan A is not one of their people, and B is alive, just still sort of sick, the noise kicks back up again, and you guys are granted access into something that would resemble maybe take the largest tavern that you guys have been in and probably multiply it by 3. It is a massive open-sized warehouse-esque building that has somewhere in the realm of 25, 30 large tables that can probably hold between 8 and 10 people. About half of all the seats here are full. There is a full-on kitchen in the back that looks to be like, we're talking, old witch's pot style of big old pots. There's about 4 of those on burners, like on fires that are going right now, as well as like 3 to 4 clay ovens back there. A beautiful, decently ornate bar that has what looks to be different portions of broken ships that have been fastened and put up along the back wall. Different figureheads grace the roof, and which also makes the bottom portion of the upper balcony. All across, there's what looks to be figureheads of like mermaids and different type of interesting and Nori, this actually probably piques your interest the most. A lot of these figureheads are of creatures you've never seen before, but different, some sort of ocean creatures, and there are regular creatures here. Like one of them does have what looks to be a bear wrestling an octopus. But that graces that whole side, and it is all, and then the actual bar itself is made of what looks to be pure copper. You have all the tables in the middle, and then on the far right side you see what looks to be a whole assortment of Rachel. This probably piques your interest. Smith's tools, carpentry tools. It's like a artificer's wet dream of a workshop that resides on this entire side of the building. And it does seem to be someone's business, as about 6 people are currently working on different things. And this gives the sort of slag and ash smell that you guys are catching in between the wafts of food that are going, as people are currently, looks to be folding iron to make armor. And different sets of armor and weapons grace the walls behind those smithing areas. As Ladash comes in, you guys, right on the inside of the door, you see probably the longest set of coat hangers that you've ever seen. 3 stacked, and there's all sorts of raincoats, hats, boots, everything seems to get left here, and it all has its own little, looks like a thin grate of drainage right next to it, so none of that water seeps into the room. It just all sort of drains back out. But whatever enchantment is on this place is one hell of an enchantment. And Ladash puts Kaporin down, nearest table, nearest chair, and then starts to take off his raincoat and put it over on the very first hook. He kind of shakes off the excess water, and you guys can see he's in what looks to be just like an open vest, very much Ladash-esque. No shirt underneath. The vest itself looks to be like probably some like rough, strong leather. Dark brown leather pants that go to about halfway up the calf. And thick, which he's now taking them off, thick galoshes that he puts down underneath his coat and slips on what could best be described as house slippers. Now that he's in a dry place, he wants to be comfy, but it looks like maybe some like wolf fur lined house slippers. For those that have never seen Ladash himself, Ladash is half Triton, half Goliath. A very rare breed of Goliath from the cliffs off the coast of Cydia. He doesn't have, out of all of the half Triton Goliaths that now you can see pockmarked throughout here, he seems to be probably the closer to the lightest skinned colored version of it, but also is one of the taller ones. So definitely the Goliath taking more in his genes. He's well built, multiple scars across his arms and hands that you can see, chiseled features, and he's got brunette hair, sort of kind of how Polly has it, back into a bun. His is probably just about half a foot longer. But big smiles. Again, the only real difference from the group that has met him in the past and now is that he has that sort of little bit of fire in the eye. But to be fair, Bryn's eye situation looks a lot worse than his. So it's much more noticeable on her than it is on him. But he sits, I believe he sits 2 inches taller than Kaporin, if I am correct.
He's just a little bit taller than Kaporin.
Yeah. He's a few inches taller than Kaporin, but it does make him at least the tallest around your guys' group. Though he is not the tallest when it comes to his community. And the group that has dealt with them on the cliffs, you can see throughout this room, it looks like if numbers were to correlate, this is probably the entire tribe back from that island that Ladash was in charge of, all here, plus more. Ladash, after putting on his house slippers, goes, you can go down to the end here, and anything that's dry you can feel free to put on. And he just points, and at the long end of the different racks to put coats and such on, there does seem to be not a giveaway section, but no one else is using it. Lost and found section of clothing.
Ooh, Kaporin's definitely going to go through that. He's like, ooh, I can make this one look better, and
I'm putting these pants with this blouse. We're going to make it happen.
Yes. He's like, I can use this material to fix whatever that hell is around, oh my god, what's his name? Our captain.
Oh, Castian?
Yeah, Castian. I'm gonna fix that leather strap around Castian. That thing's ugly while we're here. Perfect.
So once everyone's...
Trying to make himself just does his little feather fluffing thing, and he just looks like a puffball to everybody now.
As you start to do that, Ladash just reaches out and grabs his raincoat and just holds it up in front of him. You just hear that of it hitting his raincoat, and you just kind of like, all right.
What's the probability of Nori being able to find anything? Because at least Polly matches these people in width. Nori does not.
Well, the Tritons are not too tall, like average-sized individuals, both height and width. So there's plenty to choose from.
I'm sure Kaporin has string that you could tie something with.
If not, he's got clothespins and bobby pins. So,
And magical scissors. So let me know if you need some help.
but after you guys get into relatively at least dry clothes, even if it's just shedding the outer layer and putting something on, Ladash has moved to the first couple tables and kind of just sits and waits. So, this is interesting. Though I shouldn't be entirely surprised.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be.
What brings you this way south of Cydia?
Magic and plane shifting. We don't know where we are.
Don't forget about the prophecies.
Many prophecies.
Yeah, that too.
I'm not sure if you guys have the blessing of the gods or the curse of the gods with the amount of shit you guys get into.
I think
I
the
think-
answer is yes.
Yeah, it's definitely just a yes.
Curse. I definitely say curse.
And he
Why
kind of
don't you say that?
he stands up and walks over to Castian. He goes, and if I'm to understand that you're the captain of your vessel, and he goes, yes, Castian Keelan of the Keelan time. Well, what's left of it. And he kind of clasps hands with Ladash's much more oversized hands and kind of like looks at him and with a slight angle tilted to his head. And the Castian, the ogre.
Yep.
Remember the island?
I don't really understand why the ogre stuck.
Apparently just because you're tall.
And he like looks at Ladash, who is like inches taller, and then looks back and goes, I mean, it's not like we were all short back then either. So Cassian just like firmly shakes his hand and, well, I would say it's a first meeting a legend, but it's not. But so far you are my favorite as you were on a ship. And I like that. So, first round's on me.
I'll go for some bread if I wouldn't mind.
Actually, our chefs can basically cook up anything that you can think of.
Why, yes, I can. Thank you for asking. Oh, hi. I'm Polly.
Ladash,
You
this is
are?
Polly, Polly Ladash, and that is Amric, Amric Ladash. Sorry, Ocean.
Not
He
your fault, Nori.
goes over to you,
were
Paul, and
puking.
extends out a large, firm handshake. And goes, my apologies. The people that you're running with aren't the most socially forward individuals, and, well, I can appreciate when you know that you need to introduce your own self, because they're definitely not going to do it for you.
Yeah, I know. It's all right, though.
And
And
then he
this is Amric. He's amazing. You'll love him.
reaches up and gives Amric a large handshake as well. And goes, I don't know your tribe.
We come from the southern Soul Mountains over in Ixia.
Ah, that would make sense then. Well, you have no worries about anything here. We are open to all tribes and types. We're not like some of the other mountain tribes that are a little bit more infighty than some other ones are. That does make us a bit unique when it came to the cliffs, and one of the main reasons why, when things started to go south, we had to make our way here. Which, by the way, you guys are in Fiernanif. Beautiful, much larger island than we're originally used to, but decently well uninhabited enough that, well, we were able to stake a claim.
Uninhabited enough?
Yeah, let's just say we moved in being the apex predators.
There's a wizard in my hometown that used to communicate with people on this island.
Oh yeah, the natives are still here. But they pretty much relegate themselves to the jungle and pay no mind. When we first arrived, we parlayed and had decent discussions, but they wanted to remain decently secretive, though we do have a few that joined our community. And he kind of points down in a direction, and you see maybe about 10 tables in the table that he's currently pointing to. They stand apart because everyone else in here is Triton, Goliath, hybrid of the two. You got a couple Duragar that do reside in here. What looks to be a high elf, but the main individuals that stand out are these. They look sort of Dragonborn-esque in the fact that they are reptilian and have that sort of skin and scale situation going, but they look more like oh my god, bearded lizards, bearded dragons, there we go. But instead of having usually the lighter beige or tan sort of color to their skin, they rest more in the, and you can see this is probably where the raincoat colors come in, the darker green and very more earth tones to blend into the jungle easier. Yeah, so the foreign people are tame enough, though capable fighters. We came to an agreement pretty much immediately. They greeted us as we pulled up onto shore, and the rest is history. Or as history goes. The rest, I guess, doesn't really matter until now. At least according to you guys. We expanded. We made this little bit of enchantment. We were able to get some components from the foreign people and bribe a wizard to help us create this neat little enchantment. They call it a magnificent mansion, but I got to choose what it looked like. And mansions are pretentious. So, instead, I made it my magnificent bar.
It's wonderful.
Oh, I know. But I'm glad you guys can partake.
Comparing to it, he's trying to remember what the stupid rod is called that the wizard from the town asked for. I just remember what it looks like. I don't remember the name.
There were spell components here, like coral or something from just this place. Or reeds or grass or something that he was requesting, and I cannot freaking remember what they were called.
All I just remember is like it gave off like a little bit of like electricity off of it. That's the only game thing that it's popped into my mind.
I'll ask Ladash, like, hey, we are, we're stopping over and stuff like that. Blah blah blah, all that stuff. But we have a friend where he comes from, and I'll thumb to Kaparin, that was talking about some components, about some like reeds or like, I don't know, something that gives off a little electricity or something like that. Have you ever heard of that? Nothing? Yay? No?
Nothing like that really pops to mind, but one of the parlayed portions between us and the Farron people are, we have a boundary line that we don't cross. Which, I mean, in all honesty, is decently small. If we had to do it by fractions, I would say only about 2/5 of the island are off limits.
That's pretty great for you, actually.
Well, to be fair, we are a
Large people? Yes, I
physically
understand.
larger force to be able to assist. They were having some other predator problems before we came along, and let's just say when you're fighting an enemy and all of a sudden that enemy now has an entire cadre of larger individuals on their side, that enemy tends to go away pretty quickly.
What was the enemy that you ran off?
It was actually a small armada of elven ships.
Oh, you
Gideon?
know where they were from?
Oh, they were from Artemir.
Okay.
Oh.
Seems that they were trying to possibly expand city and borders, or maybe with the war coming up, make it a staging ground for something up the chasm. But the foreign people were able to, fight them off for as long as they could. But it was
shut up.
It was starting to, yes, exactly. They were starting to get a little bit dire on their end. We showed up. We honestly didn't even know that we were the deterring force until they came to us and were like, thank you. And we're like, sure, for what? But,
What about your
Sure,
home
yeah.
in the cliffs?
that's a bit of a sore subject.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's quite alright, and not, well, technically now, I'm the only one that actually knows. But since we did lose our guardian, we started to have a little bit of problems with the tribes on the other end of the island. That compounded with some sort of plant. I'm not sure if it's disease or worms or some sort of mites that were getting into everything, but that started to make us starve, and so we started reaching out to the other tribes to trade with, but they only took it as signs of weakness, and we were under constant attack for...
Wait. This guy's island is the island that you killed the snake on?
Kaporin, he knows that we did it.
I know he knows, but they don't know.
I do now.
Kaporin's been
He's pointing to all the other of his tribe that are like...
Scream it
to
or
the rest
anything.
of the
Hey, Polly. Hey, Polly. Inside voice.
That is Polly's inside voice.
It is
Kaporin's
my
like throwing-
inside voice.
Kaporin's thrown over the coat that he's taken from the wall, and it's just like hiding
Library
underneath them
voice.
now.
Don't worry, it's loud enough in here that no one's paying attention.
This is my library voice. That's why I keep getting into trouble.
At the library, specifically.
Castian,
Yes.
would it be appropriate to bring one of the smaller casks of rum on land?
The only problem with that is that, luckily you brought the mast back, but the casks are made from the wood of the ship.
No, I was going to ask Ladash if he had something to put it in. I literally
yes,
was going to ask.
then-
I just wanted to make sure that it was okay with you if I asked first before I started taking things from your ship.
Yeah, no, that's quite alright. It was your ingenuity and Duha that did it all, so if you wanted to share it
No,
with...
but it's your stuff.
No.
So Ladash,
Yes.
do you have anything that I can actually put a small cask of, made rum in?
Well, we'll
I've
never
heard that
say
you're
no
not
to
allowed
rum.
to take things out of this place.
Oh,
So-
yeah, no. This place doesn't work specifically like that wizardy spell does. It's... The room was created. Everything that exists inside the room, as far as items and furniture and cabinetry and all that stuff goes, we put in after.
So it's basically a pocket dimension with a door.
People think of it like a permanent large bag of holding.
Perfect. All right. Point the way, and I will grab it, and I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I'll help you out.
Okay. I'll follow you since you are the larger version of a umbrella.
You can borrow my coats and another if you need.
I appreciate that a lot.
What are tall friends for? Except for blocking the weather.
And while you guys are getting all that stuff on, Ladash will go over to the bar and grab a medium-sized cask. Enough for Amric to handle with relative ease, but not sure what cask size you were talking about, so...
Are you calling me weak, Ladash?
Sure. It's more the width of the thing than it is the weight of it.
He just
It's
has
not
no
a
clue
barrel,
how.
it's a cask.
I know, but if you're gonna carry it on your shoulder, and if it's a little cask, then it's fine. But if it starts to get bigger, then it becomes a problem. Ladash gives you stuff to put stuff in, and sends you guys on your way. So you guys head back out into the storm. Dock, ship, hold, cask in to the other cask.
Actually, while we're in the ship, I want to have a conversation with Amric if that's all right.
Okay.
I mean, are you doing all right? I mean, I know you're like, I guess, mostly undead. And you got this whole new god thing and stuff. Have you... I mean, are you all right?
I mean, I guess I'm doing as well as I can be.
I mean, you're doing
Really?
great as far as like, all that stuff, but throwing yourself and your weapons overboard and stuff, that's gotta stop, man.
Amber jumps overboard.
From inside the hold. Just straight through the side of the ship.
But seriously, like, are you doing okay? Because I know it was a big decision and it was like kind of a last minute one as well. And I haven't
mean-
talked to you in months.
It's definitely not something I regret as of now. It's mostly going to depend on whenever I start, or if and when I actually start hearing anything from Umbros, but nothing bad has come of it yet.
I mean, have you been praying? Or meditating or whatever it is that you need to do?
I usually pray.
Okay. That's awesome. I don't know, I hate to say, because it's not really my place or anything, but I can try to ask Brulison to patch you through. I don't know if it'll work or anything, but we can try to commute together if that works. I mean, just so you can get some answers.
I mean, I definitely won't turn down the help, but last time we were together, from what I remember, we did find out that Umbros just isn't very big on followers and talking and stuff, so I don't know if it will lead to anything.
Yeah, tell me about it. After Illinate, everybody's pretty freaking quiet. And I don't appreciate it. Well, I mean, if you need if you need help, I'm more than willing, or I'm more than willing to help. But just know that I'm there for. I'm right behind you. I'm supporting all the way, like from the waist down. I gotcha.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but right as of now, I'm just kind of taking it one weapon throw at a time.
Yeah. I've noticed. Good job picking like. Ah, shit. We have to replace that tool, don't we?
Technically,
Yeah,
Bryn
but-
caught it.
Well, not
The
the
second
first.
one.
Yeah. Yeah, but I haven't really been using them that much. I think I'll be fine.
I know. I kind of think you should get back into that. Maybe you'll find some spiritual release through it. I don't know. At least like hobby meditation, blah blah blah. Do something that doesn't make you think. I used to paint like toys at home, but that kind of went by the wayside.
Yeah, I can definitely think about it, but yeah, most of the projects I've made headway since I started traveling with everybody kind of gets destroyed at some point. So
I take it you never finished those toys for your sister.
I mean, technically they're finished, but they're
Sorry,
still
figurines, not toys.
they're still I paid that one person in that one I don't know, the one town to do them, and then we never picked them up.
Oh. Ooh, I kind of remember that actually. I don't remember where it was though. Do you?
It very northern Ixia, like basically right before you go into the ice sheet, I think.
Was that
So
before
your
Dirttown?
hometown or the
No.
crazy sex village?
The crazy sex village.
Oh, yeah, we're not going back there for that. I mean, I might send Bill back up there, but he can't talk, so
I mean, at this point, considering that reunion hasn't been already had, I think that's kind of a dead project.
yeah, unless somebody gets teleported or something like that. I hear ya. That super sucks though. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right.
Well, shall we get back and party?
Emmerich will lift the cask, put it on his shoulder, and say, "Lead the way."
You got it. Then I will lead the way.
In the meantime, while that's going on, as soon as Polly and Amric left, the door closes. The Dash kind of just looks at the rest of the group and goes, "Did I say something?" Because it's the two people I haven't met before that just decided to leave. I just didn't know if it was me or...
One's antisocial and the other one really likes his rum.
He made it, so he's probably more proud of it. So yeah,
He's probably excited to share it.
Okay, so which one is which one?
Polly, the dwarf, is the one who's made the rum. Amric is the Goliath.
Oh,
That's
Nori, how I missed you. And he just puts his hand on your head and just sort of like ruffles the hair a little bit. Remember, Arix and Ladash got along very well, and there's definitely Big Brother vibes with just how Ladash always came across to Nori, and he just, like, after doing that, and you're just like, he just bops you on the nose and goes, "It was a joke, Nori."
Wonderful. All right.
So, shall we go ahead and slap the hippopotamus in the room and just... No one gonna bring up the fact that Bryn has death eyes?
Okay, lots happened in the last couple months. Are you ready for it? I've been thinking about it because I knew you were going to ask about it.
Hold on. Just kind of
Might wanna
like
take a
leans
drink or
back
two.
and crack, 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 crack his back, and then crack, crack. All right.
Oh, are you getting ready for Polly to tell his life story?
Ladash, you might actually
like-
want to wait for the rum.
Just tell
He
him.
just looks back at his like very long, ornate bar. I think we'll be fine.
You might want some rum.
Cha like scoots up next to him with a bowl of popcorn. Sits there, waiting for Bryn to tell the story. I mean, it's like more tacos, in Kaparin's voice.
Which doesn't sound quite right because you.
No, we have no idea. It's
Oh, it
still-
doesn't feel right to Kaporin now that he knows Rachar can speak regularly.
No,
He
he
is
can still
pointing-
mimic.
Yeah, I can still mimic, but I have pointedly not said anything out of mimicry.
No one snitch.
Kaporin's just stealing popcorn now.
All right, let's see. In the past few months, and I'm going to miss stuff. I already know that. Let's see. I lost my magic, found out Rachel's a prince, got my magic back.
Just kind of looks at you during that portion,
Dead.
Richa.
We're in a new timeline before, died twice, points to eyes, and saw heaven died, got cursed. Found Cassian, plane shifted a shit ton. Now we're here, continuing to find a way to end his curse, Kaporin's loop thing, Rachel's princess bow thing, I don't really know. And I married Nori. Yeah.
Deathwalker.
There was definitely a lot more there, but those were the last couple
Yeah.
things.
About halfway through,
That's been a couple months.
he did pull some of your popcorn, Richa. That makes things a bit awkward. But you're kicking still. That's wonderful.
Which thing
Yep,
makes it
a lot
awkward?
happened. A lot of things happened.
So
Did that?
if by proxy, are we married now, Nori?
Nori looks at Bryn.
Ew.
Because I mean, technically on the island, you said yes.
What?
Different timeline, buddy.
Same time. Same.
Said yes to
Kaporin's
what?
all like,
Well, the other wives are going to be very sad. They did like it.
When did that happen?
This would have been before you had killed our guardian. We had
the night
saved you guys from the elves. We were currently running away.
the day I walked, or the day before I walked in.
Timey-wimey bullshit.
Oh yeah, this is our second timeline.
Well,
We said that.
I mean, if anything, that opens another slot for me.
How many do you get?
Roughly, it's about 3 before people start to go, all right, buddy, calm down.
Well,
It-
4?
I'm gonna need you to expand on that though. When
Oh, we had
Nori just
saved
looks
you
at Bryn.
guys
Did
from...
you?
We had saved you guys
No,
from
I know
the
we
elves.
the elves thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
got
were-
that.
We were on the run. We all got to drinking. I had brought it up to you at a different point, and you shot me down. So I thought I would try again. And you said yes.
Well,
Unfortunately,
she was drunk.
if anyone was drunk, there was me. Bryn can hold her liquor. But, regardless, never got to have a ceremony or anything. We had to drop you guys off pretty quickly and continue hiding and running and the whole 9 yards. And we left each
Mother
other
Bri-
and said, when we see each other again. And so, initially, that's what I thought this was all about, but it's alright. Knowing you guys for how long I did and the amount of shit you got yourselves into, I was half waiting for the news that Bryn had died. Which, technically, you still did give me. So,
Twice.
Twice.
There you go, Richa.
if anything, doubling down is what you guys do best.
It was what, twice and like 2 times in less than a week?
Less than hours, I think.
24
Like
hours.
less than a couple days, yeah.
You always were stubborn, and if you wanted to do something, you got it done. So, if there was going to be anyone out there to die twice in a couple days, I would put my money on you.
She would win you a lot of money. Hmm.
But
My money is on Capiran.
Yeah. As Kaporan like kind of scoots his chair over a little bit, it's like, I'm just gonna.
so, I mean, just before I get any further, since they're not here, you do realize one of your people is highly undead, correct?
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Thought
Okay.
that was kind of obvious.
Just making sure, because sometimes that stuff can go unnoticed.
Something about his god, patron.
I'm pretty sure it's how he died and what happened after he died, but you know, and then got brought back.
He's not fully undead, so I mean,
Not yet.
let's. He kind of just like knocks on the table behind him. Knock on wood for that one. But as far as everyone else in here goes, some people are slightly different. We've already talked about the Bryn one. Nori, you are missing a key piece that I remember. And now it's on the bird.
Yeah, he got it now.
It's on me? And he like looks around all over himself. Is it actually visible? Because it wasn't visible up until now.
No.
You're talking about Trenty, right, Ladash?
Yes, the bird. I believe I heard it one time referenced from Nori as the purple bitch.
Wow.
And I think that was after the whole bird flying through the air, Nori in the water, for that whole thing.
Let's just say we split up because I was an asshole to him. So it's for the best in general. I still feel awful about it. But yeah, that's no more warlock for me.
Well, is it for the better, I would ask? I mean, even though you still feel awful about it, I understand some of your worst bits were because of what you had to go through with him.
I did not have the chaos. I'm not capable of the chaos that owning one of them requires.
Gotcha.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you're a wonderfully chaotic little bird and never change.
Richa, you are literally like his prodigy. You could just be him next whenever something happens. You could be him.
Okay, well that brings me to probably a bit more of the known and understood situation, and he turns his head towards Castian.
Are we back yet?
It's not as simple as just being like, bloop, 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 bloop. All right, we're done. Do.
Fine.
I'd say you guys are on your way back during this portion. He turns to Castian, and Castian kind of just looks at him. Actually, let me see. What is... I think Nori and Rachel, what's your guys' passive insight?
Mine's actually one of the lower in the group. It's only a 15.
Got 18.
Okay, Rachel, you can pick up the sort of posture and stillness in Castian that something's going on, and the way that Ladash shifts in his seat slightly during like the next couple seconds, you can tell they're telepathically communicating. And Ladash, who turned his head towards Castian, continues his head turn to look at you, Kaporin.
You looking at me? What's going on?
It's all right, don't blush. But, Kaporin,
Yeah.
I've heard some rumors.
Oh, that's never good.
And from what I can see, these rumors hold true.
Whatever are you talking about?
He just gives you a big smile. If he wasn't interrogating you about something you probably don't want to talk about, you would probably think the smile was like, is this guy trying to hit on me? Type of like just like
Stop.
warm, I know how this is going type of smile, and you just but since you know that's not the situation, you're kind of like not trying to look at it. As the guy who knows what's going on is just like, oh really?
I
Yes.
don't know.
Well, you said that you were back at your hometown recently, right?
Yeah.
Had a little bit of a family reunion.
Yes, I have a new brother.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
That's awesome. Not the
Why?
family I was talking about.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Not.
I just really want to slap Kaporin right now for some reason.
Hmm. You mean my family here? Escaporn like it gestures to the group.
And he just goes, I mean, if we really want to make it a bit more obvious, and he snaps his fingers, and as he does so, you see his eyes sort of just with like flame for a moment, where you've seen other people who do spells dependent upon what school of magic either they're using or whether they have a divine or something. It sort of looks like that, but it's just a flash and just for a moment. And what you see next to you is just, at first you just feel it, just this heat appear. Like someone opened up an oven door next to you and just, and you kind of like lean away from it for a moment, and then you see the flash happen. And then sitting next to you is this sort of spiked and red individual who has this almost sorrowed look across their face. They seem to be human-esque, but you're not sure exactly what they are. But the fact that the end of their hair is constantly smoldering with just this ever-lit embering of fire. Their eyes have this constant smoke going out the sides of it. Their hands, which look human-esque, but the fingers are a little bit extra elongated and come to almost a claw point, have these just tiny bits of fire at the end of each claw. They sit cross-legged and look over at you. Then look back at Ladash. Yeah, that's him. Ladash looks and smiles. Kaporin,
Yes, sir.
meet my servant. Varen Kaporin. Officially. Varen, sitting next to you, sort of like reaches out his hand to grab yours, and you feel that as the flames and just the overall burning heat of skin contact comes from him, but it doesn't cause damage. It's like just at that precipice of like you're holding dry ice and it's just about to start to do damage before he lets go.
Hi. Ow.
Varen is what they call a lesser demon. something that I stopped from causing as much mayhem as he was doing and chained to me so he couldn't cause further without at least my direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's mutually beneficial, as he was relegated to a higher demon, and I seem to be a bit of a better boss. Yeah. Yep, you're a better boss.
Who was your previous boss?
Both Ladash and Varen smile.
I feel like we all are like,
Boss,
we've gotta know this.
this guy, he's not the quickest whip, is he?
Well, that would be me.
Oh, we'll get to you and your talking in a second, Richa. But Barnabas,
Castian snitched.
God damn it, Castian!
I believe your father is his previous owner.
Yeah, I assume so. Yes, I've met
Varen
my
just
father. Get out of here.
sorry, he controls me.
Are we done with him?
He snaps
Why
his
would-
fingers and Varen just
Thank you.
you still hear a sort of like whisper out. And this time would be where Amric and Polly come back in.
Why does it smell like sulfur in here?
Smell the delta.
I don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
So, as that's going on, and you guys are taking off the raincoats, putting them up. So your father is Barnabas Elrith.
Yes, he is.
And you made a little deal with the guy.
Yes, I have.
Well, how's that going? He looks more at like Bryn and Nori and Richa.
Not bad.
At least going off the stories that you guys had before he was a patron of a high demon lord, I would assume that maybe this structure was a little bit better for him, or just made things ever more chaotic.
Let's say this. He's actually talking to his patron now.
Ha ha ha. It's kind of hard to run away from your father.
No, it's actually not.
Well, he ran away from me for a good 20-something years, and... But...
Pretty sure he assured you he didn't mean to.
Yes,
Yep.
yeah, mm-hmm. He wasn't trying to, but...
Well, I'm not sure how much that you've actually been able to ever talk with your dad about the specifics of things, but Varen has been his confidant for the last 300 years. So, I mean, though I am his technical owner or whatever, I let Varen pretty much do whatever he needs or likes to do, as long as it's not harming anyone and, you know, not creating problems. But he is a bit sensitive, so I'm not sure if he'd want to talk to you now. I could force him, but I also can't force him to tell the truth, so you may need to apologize next time you see him if you want some insider information on your dear pappy. Because what he's told me, that's some stuff I'd want to know. Now for you, and he just leans over and down and just like face comes into you, Richa.
Alright.
Hi, bud. It's been a long time. And he just kind of like pulls you in with his elbow, just to, like give you just almost like you feel like you're gonna get like a noogie. But he just ruffles your feathers and gives you a big ol' embrace. Now, from the whispers that I've heard, you guys have been busy. And some good news on your end, Richa. Apart from this new ability to speak.
Look, I'm not trying to show it off, okay?
Richa, unfortunately with you, it's always more of a unknowingly showing it off that seems to happen. But I heard you got your flock safe. I know that was one of the things that was troubling you last time I saw you all.
Where are you hearing all of these whispers?
Well, after the attack, we went northwards. We got intercepted when we came, dropped you guys off, and got to talking with, which, by the way, your dad. Thanks for that heads up.
Hey, I didn't know either.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you knew now, because Valek's your dad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know now.
All
This
right,
family's weird, okay?
that makes it a little bit more understandable. But
Hey,
yeah,
what makes it more understandable?
the fact that you didn't let us know that he was your father.
Yeah, I wouldn't have told you anyway.
Oh, well, thanks.
I don't want to go screaming it from the rooftops.
Yes, but we were on our way to Ixia anyway, and knew that we'd probably have to talk with people higher up, so it'd have been nice. Anyway, we ended up talking with Valek, and unfortunately, with the situation between Ixia and Cydia still being pretty tense, they couldn't allow us citizenship, but we ended up becoming informants for one another. We told them that we had no real connection with Cydia, and had no beef with Ixia. In fact, we ended up turning on portions of Cydia for some Ixians. So, that's when he told me about the whole, you being his daughter thing. And when we talked, he sent us a few different places to show, not camaraderie, but to show how much we were willing to do for him. We went to the Mage-Torn Isles, we went to Disaster Island, we were able to find something specifically for him, and I guess help him set up a route to go there to uncover what was on Disaster Island. And then he sent us southwards to not only sort of spy on the Elven Armada, make sure they weren't doing any movements, but to eventually come down here.
When are we? What day is it?
This is a DM question?
Well, I guess she's asking with Ash now because we don't know.
Okay, that makes sense. It is currently Tries Day. There we go. Of the first week of Shabrin Sar, which is the first week of the middle month of the winter season, cold season.
Winter.
And so, how long does that mean we were in?
Did we
We
miss a
were
whole
jumping
month?
planes.
Yeah, it was about a month worth of stuff.
I wonder where the hell that Deathwalker is right
Let's
now.
not bring that up right now, please.
Well, you brought it up earlier, but no one seemed to say anything.
Ren didn't necessarily. She just said she's cursed.
We haven't said anything about a Deathwalker.
Pointed.
Perrin specifically said it as Bryn was talking about it.
Yeah, he said Deathwalker when she finished. But to be fair, he did say, "Why does Bryn look like death?" That was his opening question, as Bryn then started to say everything. So, seems...
Also, just fucking did the freaking sails and almost lost my arms. Shit.
You got all that healed up. You're fine. It just looked like all like new pink skin. Like, it's just barely healed. The blood's
You did
right
a
under
good
the
job,
surface.
okay?
And so it seems that he already knew of the Deathwalker before you even started. Probably knows what the eyes mean.
No, yeah, sure.
If not more to that. But yeah, so we came down to Fionanif. It was pretty much not our last job. Our last job was the Elven Armada, but he told us that Fionanif is a pretty desolate, uninhabited island, though there is a small tribe of individuals, but we shouldn't have a problem living either habitually or integrating if needed. It just so happened that the Elven Armada was also down here at the time. We drew them off, and the Baron people were grateful and allowed us to take the majority of the island. But that's how I've been able to hear everything, is that Balak's very adept at information gathering. And when you're in his graces enough, he's willing to share. And he kind of like pulls back the left portion of his hide vest to see a semi-familiar tattoo across his chest. Not quite the insignia of Elrith, but the way that the strokes of the tattoo go, it almost looks like Japanese calligraphy style of paint strokes. And the symbol kind of looks like Elrith, but shifted and a few things changed out. And he's like, and if I ever try to talk to someone about any of this that he doesn't deem worthy, I can't.
Oh, he deemed us worthy.
Oh, hey, that's
You know
what
how that
happened to you.
feels.
But if anything, he probably thinks you guys either already know, have an idea of, or are worthy. So, kudos. Polly, you can either put that at the edge of the bar, and we'll label that cask as your guys's. Feel free to use the taps, use the mugs, use whatever you'd like.
Oh no, it's fine. And I'll tap it and start pouring for everyone. Just for everyone.
Go ahead and make a perception check, Polly.
20.
You ask for one of the taps, and individual behind the bar, another, this one actually just straight Triton individual, Triton female. She's like, 1 second, and she starts to look back, and you see like there's like 12 different taps here, and she's looking for the right size one, and you're just like, you point to it, and see it already.
It's your barrel, and you can put it back there and share it with everyone. I don't mind.
But you put one out there, and because it's filled from outside, she's just gonna leave it on the edge. I mean, if you want to give it to other people, you can. It's not a problem. They just don't have an extra space for a barrel right now to put it up somewhere. But you point to a tap, she grabs it, brings it down, and as you grab it, put it, and tap it in, you twist it at the same time, and it kind of corkscrews in perfectly. And as you do so, you realize that the tap is now glowing as you did that. And you're just like, that's supposed to do that?
Anything about that?
She's like, no. That's weird.
Castian!
Is
Yes.
your god the beer god? Is that a whole
Your
thing?
presence,
It's glowing.
please.
Did Brulison just
Excuse me,
blast the
guys.
barrel?
I'll be right back. And he gets up and walks over to Polly.
Do things in your boat usually make things glow?
And you're probably gesturing towards the tap, and he goes,
Yes.
I mean, I can make things in my boat glow, but nothing like this situation.
Well, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We've been blessed by Brulison. Everybody, rum's on me.
And Rick will take a mug and he's like, I'll be the guinea pig, don't worry.
Kaporin will take a mug and he's like, I need this to go have a conversation.
I will not drink any of it.
Okay. Those that
Or anything besides water, actually.
start drinking it, you guys feel an overwhelming sense of warmth and revitalization as you start to drink it, and it just doesn't even feel like liquor at one point. It just feels like a full, just glorious meal, and you guys get the benefits of a hero's feast.
I love it. I love it
I was
every
gonna
time
make a joke. It's like Nori goes to try it, but it's like, will I feel anything?
I love it. Kaporin's like the only one besides what I think Rachaw, where we always just drink with
Bryn would
pride.
have had it. Kidding me?
I know, but we got the glorious the feast in the temple, and now it's the second time.
But yeah,
I don't remember what that does, but
It's like
Advantage
it's
on
2D.
wisdom saves. You can't be frightened or poisoned, I think.
yeah.
Join me in the not being able to be poisoned.
And how many D-what's for temporary hit points?
2d10s.
You got it.
And it's not even like temporary, it's like to your maximum hit point
Yeah.
score.
So 9 more.
So those that drink it get 9 extra HP. It's only the person that does the spell that rolls it.
So, would I? Do you put that as the max part?
You would put it under like other modifier. So you can just for now add it to temp hit points if you want, just so you know to take it off later because it only works for 24
It's only
hours.
24 hours.
it's your you can put it to your max HP modifier.
Yeah.
Kaporin takes a nice big gulp and he's like, he looks at Ladash. Can I have a private conversation with Vern? And
Oh yeah. Sorry. And he kind of gets up, cracks his back, and goes over to try this magical rum.
Does it have to be Vern? Or private? Because I have some questions to you.
you're more than welcome to join, Richard, but it's family related. So
Well,
you are family too. So come on.
yeah, my issue is with a different family member of that family.
Asmodeus?
He's not your family member.
Technically my father's boss. But yes,
Grandpa.
Grandpa Deus.
I don't think it was a grandpa thing, but
But John
Sure.
is really pissed at your brother, okay? Let's be honest. Fucking hates that kid. But Ladash will go over and drink with whoever needs to give Kaporin some space to talk with Varen.
I don't know what the conversation. I don't remember what the conversation was before the cast was opened. So you may continue that if you'd like, and we can do something else afterwards.
Well, Ladash was talking to Richa, so if Richa goes away, then he will talk with Richa. Richa.
wait, what? We were talking? Sorry.
Yeah, he was asking you about the flock, about now this ability to speak. And that's when Nori was like, who's whispering all this stuff to you? And he explained himself. And then that's when the cast happened.
All right, later, Kapang. Yeah, the flock was sort of different than what I am used to, and so I'm kind of feeling like they're not really my flock, but I mean, I'm gonna help out whoever I can help out, kind of thing. So, ended up working out a deal with some elves in the snake forest. Not entirely happy about it, but hey, they're safe. So,
Well, the wood elves in the forest are good people. So, I hope that can help put some at easiness to it.
yeah, it's not them I have the problem with, but they seem to find enough.
But it's wonderful to speak to you now with being able to understand you rather than have to take an elvish course in insight to understand what you were trying to say. I mean, I was good at charades.
Made it
but-
pretty straightforward, Like you were definitely one of the better ones at it. In all honesty, Amric was the only one that ever got it every single time. But
Well, I'm glad I was able to at least get the majority of things. How did that happen? Thought that was like curse on your entire peoples.
yeah, they got it out of me, but that was about that required draining me physically of every drop of blood out of my body and then putting it back in. So,
Oh, that's. I want to say the word is excessive, but I mean, if it worked.
yeah, it was some sort of bloodborne curse, according to people that were helping us, and so they removed all of the blood, then cleansed it in some way, and then put it back in.
All right. Well, I guess. I mean, there's no other lingering bad effect, right?
I mean, it's only been a day ish at best. I probably had this for about 12 hours, to be perfectly honest.
Oh. Well, fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll see. They taught me how to do it too, so I can go back to the other Kenku and do it. But
That seems quite morbid.
yeah, it's gonna get
Well-
weird real quick.
Well, I have the whole.
You're talking with Baron.
Me.
Then, from somewhere deep inside the room, you would hear "Where is he?" And then you just see Ladash's face, his eyes squint together, closed, and he goes, I meant to tell you before. Okay, so anyway, Racha, there is an individual here who came here a few weeks ago, specifically looking for you. Don't know why he came across us. Randomly found him on the island, said that he came split from somewhere else, and now he was here, and all he wants to do is find, and he named you out of all people, which I had to really, narrow it down and be like, are you sure you're talking about this guy? Yes, are you sure you're talking and anyway, I said I knew you, but I haven't seen you in forever, and anyway, he's been an okay worker, but he said he was gonna wait here for you because he's got a feeling that you're coming. Anyway, yeah.
Been a pleasure, everybody. He tops his rum and then stealths, hides away.
Who is here for him?
Go ahead and roll stealth.
One less than perfect.
You do that, and then slam down the mug, and everyone sort of looks at the mug for a second, and as they turn to look back at you, you're gone. Everyone else could see Ladash sort of doing this.
Just let him be.
Don't hurt your neck.
Racha, you can see him tracking you as you're starting to go through rafters and up underneath the. It seems that his eyes allow him to see some other things. But he's just and you guys tell him that, and he's like, oh, yeah, no, I don't know where he's at. You just hear, now where the fuck is he? come on! And you just hear some chairs moving, and as Ladash turns around, you see this Nori, about maybe an inch or two shorter than you, human male who is moderately armored, carrying what looks to be a long sword and shield, and is walking forward. Human, decently light skin, hair tightly pulled back into this very tight bun, but only about like a quarter inch of hair actually sticks out the back of the bun. He's got 2 scars that run from his right ear down to the right side of his lips. And emblazoned on his chest is this interesting symbol, which Amric, you recognize. It is...
I wouldn't have like gone too far away, so I'm trying to get a beat on who this person is too.
Gotcha. Whoops, that's not it. Where is it?
Richard literally
There it
gets
is.
told someone's looking for him and he disappears.
It is the symbol of the god of Istra, the god of land beasts, as you see the bear. The bear with the smoke around it on his chest. As he's walking through, sword and shield ready, Ladash's sword turns around and says, Jacob, please. No weapons inside. You know this. And he's like, I know that fucking bird's here. It's time we fucking had it out. And he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously, you can see here that there is no bird around. And Ladash is like purposely keeping his eyes down. And this little guy kind of just comes around the corner, just like looking around, like he's gonna point his sword over to you, Nori. He's like, where is he? I know he's here. Not too close or anything, just in your direction, like singling you out to ask.
I don't know.
Ladash just puts his hand on like the top of Jacob's head, and like where his fingers are like starting to like grab into the eye socket a little bit, and just turns his head towards him and goes, what did I say about weapons? And Jacob, just head held still by this guy, just puts the sword away.
At least point it at someone who will fight you with it.
Ladash just, oh no. And then, still being held, legs start kicking, sword comes back out, and he says, who the fuck said that? I'll take everyone on!
Bryn's just sitting back with her arms crossed watching this. She's like, this game.
Yeah, you like lean back a
A
little.
less than thrilled look in Bryn's direction from Nori.
Bryn's just laughing now at this point. She's
Bryn,
like, oh, this is gonna be
You
great.
lean back a little bit as the sword does get decently close as it shoots through the air in front of you. And he's like, Jacob, calm down. He's like, don't make me take it away from you. Sheathes the sword once again. He goes, I know the bird's here. I can sense it. Where is he? Honestly,
How old does this guy look?
what was that?
How old does this guy look?
Somewhere like 25, 26. He's real
I'll
young.
lean to Nori and be like, I thought that humans were a little more mature at this age.
No, not really. I mean sometimes, but
Does,
always.
Really?
does anything other than the symbol of Istra on this dude look familiar?
No. Just looks like, honestly, without being in the armor and the symbol on it, he just looks pretty average across the board of people that you would run into, like in a human town.
So why are you looking for the bird?
I have a score to settle with him.
And what
Very
is that?
specific. Thank you.
I need to end him.
Why?
It is my duty.
Yeah,
What
a
did-
little more
What-
specific.
Duty.
What did
I
he
don't
do
know
to
you people. Why do I No, I don't. No, I need the bird.
Well, I'm sorry. If you're going to go up against our bird, you're going up against all of us.
Oh,
So
what?
you
The
might wanna
bird can't
explain
handle
yourself.
himself? Oh no, you guys
Oh
want to
no,
do
he
6 on
can.
1?
He's
Still being
no,
held by
he can.
Ladash, by the way. He's just like
Okay,
trying to
then
like
we're-
look
let's
around.
not say that. Just kind of
Bryn's just
looking
gonna
at
look,
this sad man.
Bryn's just gonna look at Ladash. Do you have any more information that you'll give us?
Honestly, like I said, he was already here when we got here, said that he came from somewhere else. Even he doesn't know, but he is on a quest to kill the bird.
Yeah,
Good luck.
that's not gonna happen.
Good luck.
Well, if he can't be
catching
mature
him.
enough to actually follow the rules, then there's no reason for him to be here.
I'm curious.
Or
What do
for
you
us to
get
tell you
from
where he
it?
is.
I'm talking to him, Jacob or Ladash.
Oh, I'm talking to Jacob. What do you get if you do this?
My God has told me to end the bird, and so I shall.
This bird in particular?
Richaw, Prince Patrick of the Red Feather, or whatever you want to call him, needs to die. I'm sorry if you guys like him, but my God needs him dead. That's just what needs to happen.
That's great, buddy.
What exactly did your god say?
He still can't really turn his,
Specifics.
as Ladash is still just skull holding this guy. And he's just like, he told me to kill him.
You didn't say why.
Do you
Is that
question your God on
exactly
everything
what
he
Ishra
decrees?
said?
Oh, I question him all the time. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're one of those believers.
You're right. I'm a cleric.
I feel like
Paladin.
questioning what
I
you know
can't-
is a healthy and good thing to do.
Especially when they tell you to kill someone out of nowhere.
But is that exactly what Ishra said, or are you just misinterpreting it?
I'm sorry, who are you? Creepy dead dude?
I'm sorry. Who the fuck are you?
I'm Jacob, Ishtra's last hand.
More like his pinky finger.
And then Ladash just goes, oh, fuck. And lets
Or just-
Jacob go, and you just see him change. Just immediately, the armor starts to meld away as fur starts to push through. And he goes from being this small humanoid individual, turning as he's grown into this large bear.
Preparing.
As he turns
Yes.
Can you cage this, please?
and he looks forward to you and still
Counter spell?
talks. And he says, no one ever disrespects Istra, and lets out a roar at the end of it. And Ladash has
banish him?
backed up at this time.
Can I banish him?
You can certainly try.
Nori just whacks you, just like, stop it! Stop provoking him! Stop poking the bear!
I'm
Literally.
trying to have a conversation with I'm trying to have a conversation over here.
Can you just put him in a force cage and get it over with?
I don't have a
Stop!
component.
As you guys like look over, Kaporan's sitting next to the demon servant of Ladash. They're having the conversation.
It was like, you guys are bothered. Can't come on, just it's like I'm not paying attention.
At this point, Varen's kind of stopped talking and is looking over at the situation, but Ladash is like backed up.
Do we get rid of him? What do we just let it be?
I'm not too sure. I've only seen that guy pissed like this one other time, and it didn't end well. We lost 5 people. Ladash is backed up, and a few other individuals from inside the bar have gotten up and started retrieving weapons.
Fuck. Kaporn stands up and turns around. He's gonna pull loot the Ford and calm emotions the area.
You're
Okay.
touching that loot again?
He's just like, if he just heard that 5 people died last time, he's not trying to have more people die.
Yeah, during that, Jacob, I'm gonna apologize for our group. It has been a very long time since we've actually interacted with other people.
Then you're talking
So
up,
we've
by the way,
lost
because he's
yeah,
bear
that's fine.
version. Yeah,
We've
just
lost a little bit of tact, so Any disrespect is not intended, especially towards your god. We all understand that. But the god is having that relationship is definitely special, and I don't think my friend here meant to disrespect Istra.
Oh, not at all.
Nope,
No,
say
I was
nothing.
definitely disrespecting you, not Istra.
And
The fact that you can't even have a decent conversation, but have to yell and scream at people instead
Hey,
of
Polly.
talking.
Hey, Polly.
make a
Polly?
persuasion check, Bryn, but now with disadvantage.
Polly, it's time to shut up now.
And one thing, Nori, that you noticed too is that, first off, obviously this isn't a wild shape because he's able to speak through it. But size-wise, larger than any bear you've turned into. Though he does look like a brown bear, like a grizzly, size-wise, he's larger. Thinner as far as like actual girth, but taller much. We're talking like 15, 16 feet. But he's hunched over to like look and talk with everyone, so he's around the 12-foot angle.
Look, it's been a very long day. Gonna also apologize. Can we not fight? We almost just died in the ocean.
Also, speaking of disrespect, you are absolutely disrespecting your host by doing exactly what he asked you not to do. Maybe you should think about somebody else besides yourself for a second and calm the fuck down.
Polly, he's just on a quest from his
Polly.
god, and like you
Yeah,
said,
good
he
for
sensed him.
There's no reason for him to take it on everybody else.
Polly, we're
This
gonna have a conversation after
would
this.
not envelop anyone else in here. If you want to, fine. Outside we go. And he starts. As he gets to the door, Varen opens the door for him because he's not gonna let this giant bear try. And he starts to squeeze his way through this door. I'm waiting.
For what?
For your heathen ass to come out here.
And do what?
Put some brawn behind those brave words.
I don't need to do that.
Then
You're the one
send
that
the
got all
bird
worked
out
up
and
for
let's
nothing.
finish this.
You know what, dude? Just slow your roll. Like, there's no reason to get all worked up about nothing.
I am no longer talking to you. Those who have a mind, send your bird out so this can be ended. And he just pushes his way back out the door.
Maybe the storm will cool them off.
Nori takes a drink from, just like takes a drink and goes, absolutely fucking not.
Ladash is kind of standing there, goes, well, he's persistent.
Yeah, I can see that.
He's very helpful when he's not blood ragey.
Sounds rather rude, but what exactly is he? Because that's not any wild shape I know
I
of.
have no idea either.
Okay, lovely.
Is he a werebear?
That was my second thought.
I don't
Well,
think so. At least for many shape changers like that I know, they have either other situations that they need to deal with. Usually, like, I don't really know werewolves, so they have a moon thing, and then there's like people who need like to eat, and I know there's usually a stipulation, but he doesn't seem to have any.
Well,
It might
if you
be.
accept the curse fully, I believe you can control it, but he wouldn't be that big.
It might be tied to his deity. I recognize the symbol.
What's the
Does it
symbol?
really matter though? He's
I mean, it's
pissed
a
and he's
bear.
outside waiting for a chaw.
Well, it's the symbol of Istra that was one of my 5 choices.
What is Istra the god of?
Apparently, irrationality.
Land beasts and darkness. You guys did just go through their plane.
Mhm.
So you know some of the beasts that are capable in the Beastlands.
I mean, you would think if
Pampadillo.
we were on her plane or on their plane that they would have sent someone after Rachoth. They really wanted him dead.
Maybe that's why the Panthodillos attacked.
Well, it would have. I don't. Maybe.
I mean, to be fair, he said he's been on this quest for months.
We've been gone for a month.
No, I'm talking like closer to a year.
Yeah, we don't know this man at all.
He knows Richard.
We were all over the place within it.
He thinks he knows Rachab, but maybe different timeline. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, I've been through 3 timelines, and nobody knows anybody.
Yes, and the entire time has just been like right up next to the cask, just constantly refilling and just.
Racha, he wants you.
You guys.
Nori would be a lot more worried, but she just drank a drink that makes it so she can't be frightened. So she's real chill right now.
You just see Ladash's eyes currently like at the top portion of the bar, decently close by, but like in the dark corner.
The door closed, so like, is he
No,
able
door's
to?
still open. You guys can hear the
Okay.
rain outside.
I was gonna say, just talking into the void, not looking for Racha at all. Racha, if you go out there, just let one of us know, please.
Drops a coin.
With Dash, like, Beeline looks at me, and he's like, "I, as a player, know what this is. I'm trying to figure out whether or not Racha would know what this is about." And I feel like it's a no.
No,
But
it's definitely a no. I think you know what it is too, but no, this is definitely a no.
It is something you did.
Oh, it's 100% something I did,
Yep.
for sure.
A lot of things are starting to make sense for a chop very quickly.
No, yeah, no,
Well, for
I've
the
gotten
player.
it since
For the
I've
player.
gotten it since he first showed up and said I need to kill him. I'm like, oh, this is what this is. All right.
Like, bye.
So
He
Ladash isn't like doing like this, looking up at you, but he's definitely like, as people are starting to talk to and about you. Which is great because he initially rolled a 3 to try and deceptively not look at you the whole time, but the guy also rolled a nat 1 on his perception check to see him look at you, so
Does that mean I see Castian like eyes following Racha?
for a little bit,
I
like
think we
his,
all see Castian.
his eyes will like not Castian, Ladash. Ladash's eyes.
I keep messing up their names.
Yeah,
Two
Ladash's eyes like randomly flicked through it during the conversation, but once he started holding Jacob, it was very much more he was focused on that.
he'll sneakily get his way back down, and he'll just be like from under the table, whispering to the group and be like, "I don't know what this fucking guy wants."
No, I know. I know what he wants.
Yeah, I think we all know
kill
what he
you.
wants.
He
You
wants
better
to kill
figure
you.
this out.
Question is
Do
just
you
why?
think of any people you pissed off this bad?
Yeah,
Do you need
probably
help?
many.
Not people,
I mean,
gods.
Is that a real question?
Gods. Yeah, you're right. The gods. Yeah, you're kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, he wants to fight to the death. Do I have to kill him?
I don't really want us to kill him. I'm so tired.
Call for mercy.
Incapacitated?
Probably won't, but he could.
Though I don't think that if anything that we did during the plains has anything to do with this, because, like you guys said, we were in the Beastlands. If they wanted to send someone, they could have. But maybe it got kicked up a notch when we left.
I mean, maybe
Threat
it's,
level?
maybe he just doesn't understand what he was asked to do.
I mean, if it
Um,
makes you feel any better, you can just go out there and
I
let
don't know.
him kill you.
Kill
and I can identify
Racha
you
seems
real
like
quick.
pretty specific.
Istra has always been a very direct and straightforward type of Daedal figure. seeing as how they mainly deal with beasts, so they need to be very direct with what they're doing, as the majority of the intelligence across the different beasts isn't primarily too high.
Very noticeable.
So I'm pretty sure that the message that he got was probably word for word, kill, and then this person. Not much fluff going on with that one. Well,
For intelligence like that, probably not.
Well, my thing is, it might not be Istra. It might not be Istra. He just thinks it's Istra. That's my issue. Because if we were in Istra's realm and she didn't go after me, I don't think Istra actually wants me dead.
I don't know, people like that pretty much have a one-on-one like conversation with their god, and that's about it. Nobody else. So if their god,
Unless somebody's feigning to be their god.
whatever the case is, he believes it's his god. And that makes it just as a dangerous of a situation.
This seems like one of those people that don't give up no matter what.
Oh, I can definitely tell you that one. Yes, every single fucking day. Asks
Yeah,
if I've heard from, talked to, know where.
The paladin types.
Yeah, he's not a paladin.
So do we?
Story.
Just a dude. You're fine. I like you.
To be fair, he hasn't talked to his god either, so...
You said blood rage, right?
Did I say blood rage?
I believe you did.
He
Said
said something
specific.
like blood rage or something like that. You did say
You
the
can't
word.
reason with him when he's in a blood rage.
Oh, yes,
That's
yes.
what I think I heard.
It was more of a colloquial term than it was a specific definition.
Okay, well,
Because if I had to put him
excuse me
along
for a
with...
moment. Do you have any place quiet that I could go for a little bit?
Yes, if you go towards the back, there's a staircase that leads to the second floor.
I'm gonna head up there.
You can find an empty room to go into.
I'm gonna head up there and call my mom.
Can you check on mine when you're doing that?
She
I
might need
didn't
to do
say that out
something as
loud.
well.
Oh, damn. Okay, never mind.
And I only have one spell strong enough to do it, so sorry, guys.
Okay, so Polly heads up to find a quiet space.
I'm also gonna commune because it's a ritual spell, and I don't have to use a spell slot for it.
Okay, that'll take some time.
Just gone for like 15 minutes.
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. And then just disappear for 15 minutes. In
I have
that
to make some calls.
In that time, the head of the bear sticks back in. He goes, "Send the bird."
The bird does what he wants.
Then bird,
Literally,
send
no one
yourself.
can control him.
Why for? From stealth to like I threw my voice as best I could.
Go ahead and roll a performance with your proficiency bonus. So I'll say it's part of your mimicry, so you'd at least have proficiency in it.
It's +5 more than that.
That was natural 2. He just kind of like, but as he hears your voice, just to finish this, and he kind of like waits and is like looking in the general group of your guys' direction, the direction of your guys' group, to possibly see where the next noise comes from.
Just like setting down a glass is all he hears, probably.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people being loud
No,
again.
from our group, though. That's all he's
Oh, yeah.
like, that's the only noise he's going to get from us.
His head's still just in, staring.
I really don't want to do that. Do I need to do another one?
Yep.
Oh, real bad.
It's alright, because this is where the player killers come in my favor. You nat 20 that one. So, like, almost like Rachel was just, like, under the table trying to do this, but, like, one of those slip of the minds type of thing, because you're, like, holding yourself up under the table, and you're throwing it with one hand, but when you go to reply the second time, you use both hands, and so you just, and you're just like, oh, damn it. And everyone just kind of looks down at you. And you just see this bear head just focus in. Just looking at you, he goes, either come out now and finish this, or I come in and do it. The Dash is like, steps in front of Racha towards Jacob and goes, Jacob, please, why don't you talk with your deity, confirm this situation. Maybe things have changed since the first time you heard it.
Yeah, it's because, you see, I've been to Istra's realm, and she didn't go after me, so I'm not sure Istra actually wants me dead, and you might want to reconfirm that.
You were there literally like
Make a persuasion check.
8 hours ago.
Luckily, the dash is with you, so it counteracts the disadvantage you would have had. Hold on, I've got to pull up a sheet because it's going to be close. Okay.
Your rolls are beautiful. Just they're
He'll
beautiful.
He looks between the dash and you. Because I owe you one, the dash. And he pushes his head back out the doorway. And the dash turns around and goes, so I guess that favor's called in.
Thanks for that.
By the way, being in a plane, and Cassian goes, I've already told them, but I think they forgot. Oh. Well, being in a plane of a god, they usually can't see who's in the plane if it's not a soul under their specific
Jacob
guidance.
doesn't need to know that.
Well, yeah, it works for this, so.
Okay, I just didn't know if you guys knew it.
While that's happening,
Vern, you want to place a bet on what's going on?
I'll see you guys later. And he goes and stealths again. But this time he's going to stealth outside and up onto the roof.
Make a stealth check with disadvantage, because as you start to stealth out the doorway, the dude is literally sitting right there. He's in bear form, just sitting in half rain and half cover because a little bit of the alcove kind of comes out from over the doorway, and that's where he's being a little drier. And currently he's praying, so he has more focus in a direction. But you're talking like a foot max of distance between the doorway and where this giant bear dude is sitting. All right, here it goes.
At least Nori saw me, so everybody, at least the group knows I want to go outside.
I'm gonna need to pull up the list again. Okay. You get to the doorway as Varen kind of has it half closed, half open, as Kaporin is now placing a bet with Varen. And as you start to move outside, you see this giant hulking bear dude just like, and you're just like, eh. And then you realize his eyes are closed and you're like, okay, and you're just like, and kind of get past him, and he doesn't move or shuffle or anything, and you're just like, and up onto the roof.
Nori just looking after Rachel, looking just so done. Rachel got
The
out.
dash too.
Like Nori just goes, the bird's out.
That motherfucker. I told him to tell us, to tell one of us. Well, at least you saw it.
He did it low enough to where she could see him. That's him telling us.
Kapoor,
No,
you're
he was
at the
trying.
door.
Huh?
You're with Varen.
Oh. Boo. I still place my bet.
So, during this time, Polly, you've made your way to the back, up the stairs, and are greeted with 3 separate hallways, right, left, and front, and just multitude of doors down all this way. Some open, some closed.
First door.
You go to the first.
If it's closed, I'll knock.
Yep, it's closed and locked.
Second door, whatever.
Okay. Yeah,
As soon as I find an empty room.
Yeah, you find your way a couple doors down to one that's open. Doesn't seem to have... It's got furnishings inside, but no personal effects or any extra items. It's just a very, very nice hotel room-esque. Somewhere between a hotel room and a bedroom. You can close the door behind you and get a quiet space.
I'll just plop down on the floor. I don't need a bed or anything.
What would you like to do first?
I will commune first, since I kind of feel like I have to have the spell slot open, even though I'm not going to use it.
Okay.
First question. Does Idris want Rachad dead?
It's true.
Istra, that's what I meant.
Not Idris Elba. He wants everyone dead. You get the response of because the way that Brulison answers, it's in your mind's eye, it's almost like you're taking a seat at a bar and you ask the question.
Talking to the bartender.
Yep. You ask the question and in your mind you get passed over a drink and you feel like this is the drink you ordered. So you take that as a yes.
Oh gosh, that hurt a lot. Are we still on the right path to fixing Luke?
In your mind's eye, you sort of hold up your hand again as if to order from the bartender once more, and 2 drinks get placed in front of you. An ale and a shot. And you kind of sense this as a yes, but with a sidecar. Yes, but with provision.
Third question.
And that probably has to do with the fact that you guys have almost broken Luke a couple times. You get the sense that if that loot breaks, quest
We're
over.
fucked. Yeah. Is the Deathwalker close?
You put your hand up in your mind's eye, and before your hand even goes down, a drink is slid in front of you and slams into your hand.
Okay. I will use my 7th level spell. No, I will not actually, because of what that answer was. I will save it because it's my last high level spell. I will get up. I will walk downstairs very quickly, but not like running or anything.
Pep in the step.
Huh?
Pep in your step.
Yeah, something like that. And I will walk up behind Bryn, like not just nonchalantly, like nothing big or anything. After I walk over to the bar and grab like a little thing of rum, and I will put it in front of her and lean in and kind of whisper, "We can't stay here very long. That thing's really close."
She'll drink it and nod. I figured.
What?
And then I will sit down and just continue drinking water, of all things.
Bryn, you hear this what from the other side, and as you turn around, Nori's just like staring at you, like, "What did you just say?"
I know she heard it. That's a 27.
Yep.
What do you want to do?
What can we do? Don't know how far it's going to be until we're somewhere else. Don't know how long it's going to
Problem
be
is you need to
until.
sleep.
Can we close the door at least?
Yeah, that's
Well, Varen is over there currently holding the door, and to sort of zoom back a little bit to the Varen-Kaporan convo, as all this other stuff is going down. Once everyone sort of moved away from Kaporan, Varen, not quite as flashy of an entrance as he did earlier, because he's technically been here the entire time. He just makes himself seen now. The other way was Ladash forcing him to be seen, and that's why it kind of gave a little bit of a presentation.
Presentation is key.
Yep. But Varen is sitting there with you.
Brings over another mug. It's like, sorry about that. Father is a touchy subject.
Yeah, sure is, probably. For those who have fathers and such.
Yes. After rediscovering mine, after how many years, it's been interesting, to say the least.
It's understandable because, you've only been alive for so long, but once you start reaching up there in the ages, the amount of time that you've known your father or have had slights with your father is very minimal.
I'm sure seconds in the eyes of you.
To a degree.
Well, it sounds like you're the expert in the case. Or closer to the expert.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, no one's really an expert on your dad. Your dad's kind of a dick. But
My mom sure seems to enjoy him.
I would still reference the line I just said.
Mm-hmm.
But soulmates are soulmates, so...
Oh, yeah, that's true. I totally forgot about that part.
What, the whole fact that you're technically a tiefling?
Yep, totally forgot. No, well, totally forgot about that part.
Oh, the soulmate part.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. That's sure. Well, wow. Things are clicking in Kaporan's head. It's like, oh wow, okay, cool.
It's wonderful.
Interesting.
Just to see it across your face, everything just clicking into place, I guess, for the second time.
Second time, yeah.
It's wonderful. I know plenty of people throughout the years who need something told to them quite a few times before it finally settles.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's still getting used to the whole tiefling part.
It'd be about this time that you hear the whole, "Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck? Where's that damn bird?"
Oh god, what did he do now?
And Varen keeping his eyes. Oh. Your guys' bird is that bird? Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Oh, really? I could... Well, usually when it interacts with the bird, it's interesting situation either way.
Oh, it's gonna be violent. I just want to see how violent it gets.
Care to place a bet?
Not yet. Ladash is still involved, so I'd be a little bit biased in my betting.
Okay, we'll hold out then.
As things start to go down and words start to go across. Interesting. So, is there anything specific about your dad you want to know?
Well, I've had very few conversations with him thus far. He's told me that he's only done the necessary evils in order to protect the ones he cared for.
Yeah, I guess that would be a true thing. Not too many people he actually cares for, so It hasn't been like an overall glowing resume of times he stuck his neck out for anybody, but yeah, when it came to your mom, that's something he did do.
Yeah. In order to call
He
in
was
a
a
favor.
fucking elf for a while. I mean, that was weird. I can tell you that. That was fucking weird.
It's currently weird knowing that my soul's a tiefling and I'm, as you can see.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I get it, because, your whole life and everything, but I'd known the guy for hundreds of years, and then all of a sudden, he's a fucking elf for, like, 20. It was weird, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Just like some people go through wardrobe changes, I wasn't expecting him to go through an entire body change.
I think he should stick to the pinstripe suit. It suits him better.
Yeah, the pinstripes are actually a new thing. He was going with just a straight black look.
Oh, interesting. I wonder what made him do that.
Your mom.
Yeah. Crazy things for a lady, huh?
Well, she was the more fashionable one. He liked just the black on black on black on red type of situation, and she was like, you gotta break it up with some lines.
Sounds about right for her. She was always the more level-headed.
Oh, there he goes, as he turns into a bear.
Oh, have you done that before?
Yeah, once, and it wasn't a good thing. I mean, not for me. It doesn't really matter for me. But it hurt Ladash, and that wasn't a good thing.
Oh, God.
Should probably move away. That's when they start yelling at you, Kapoor, to, like, force cage him and, like, other stuff, and...
I can't do that! I don't have it!
And then he's like, yeah, and he just gets up, and you sort of just generally follow Varen as he moves away a little bit. Everything starts to go on, and Jacob starts to move towards the door, and Varen just goes and opens up the door for him. Goes outside, and Varen kind of just standing there holding the door as you guys continue your conversation. Once it goes quiet between the two groups, or the bear and the group.
Okay, well, I don't know what that's about.
It's outside. It's better than I thought it was going to be. That guy can fuck some shit up.
With that form, I wouldn't be surprised, but...
That's actually not a strong form. Like, when he's just in his human form, that guy can fuck some shit up. That one's just big and intimidating.
Not even his last form?
Well, I mean, no, I meant like when he's just his regular human shit. He's got spells and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
At least that one, you know what's gonna fucking happen. Claw, bite. Like... At least
if that's the...
you can see where that shit coming.
If that's the case, then Richard should be fine. He has this uncanny ability to dodge almost anything, but...
Did you see the size of that dude's paws? It was like 2 feet wide.
This man has dodged meteors. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, talking about meteors. Just points at you.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah, he told me about that one.
He did he?
Yeah.
Rude. He's watching the whole time and he just lets a meteor fall on my head. Wonderful.
Well, he wasn't your patron at the time. What did you expect him to come do? Just fly in and block a meteor and then fly out? You guys got yourselves into that fucking one. It was hilarious though when he showed me and I looked to the left and everyone's just a fucking fish, just flopping around on the ground. That just, my sides splitting. I was fucking dying. Well, I mean, you were dying, but I was internally just, I couldn't breathe for a bit. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, yeah.
Then they're just blinking in and out, just fish.
I should have known they would have been all right. I mean, we've been traveling with a while now. I should have known, but
and then the bear's head comes back inside. Says his piece, talks, sees Racha, then pushes his way out. Varen and Ladash lock eyes for a second. And you know that look, Kaporin. That's packed to the chain type of
communication
look as they're talking to one another. And Varen goes, I'll take that bet now.
I got the bird.
I got big furry dude outside.
My mind's always on the bird.
I hear you, but I've seen that guy in action, so we'll just say we'll take our experiences when they come.
Kaparn will like reach out, shake for it.
Yeah, he shakes. And then Nori walks up.
Yes, Nori?
She just fucking slams the door. Well, she'll see Cooper and go, Deathwalker close. Slam the door and then... Yeah, that's what she does and then goes back downstairs.
It's all the same.
Floor.
Yeah, same floor.
Just going back.
Back to the group, yeah.
Well, I didn't expect that guy to be so close, but okay.
You guys got a fucking deathwalk after you? Oh, man.
After her, and points to Bryn.
She's fucked. God. Man. Those things
Currently
are
on
not
our-
nice.
Currently on our way to go try to see if there's a solution. Supposed to meet.
How the hell are you gonna do that?
Supposed to meet this god's embodiment on Earth, and their communication.
Like they're gonna
Some-
be able to do fucking anything. It's a goddamn deathwalker.
Supposedly she's the god of destruction, so I don't know what her-
Trilithia? She ain't
Sure,
gonna be
yeah.
able to do shit.
Ugh. Well, you have the 300 years experience. I wouldn't doubt you.
I mean, I've got over 300 years. I was just under your dad for 300 years.
Okay. Well,
I'm closer to 1800, but, you know, looking a good 13.
age comes wisdom, so be with you, but
But yeah, no, fucking Trilithia, unless she's got an ace somewhere hidden up one of those goddamn sleeves. She wears so many clothes all the time. I don't fucking know how she's gonna be able to do that.
yeah, we were just told to find her. So
Do you know what gods are involved? The only thing I can think of is that she's gonna go kill one of the gods.
I don't know what god is connected to this thing. It's just it was a big, according to what she said, it's a big black orb in the middle of a forest in the Iliath jungle, and she touched it. Oh no, not Iliath. We came up that they were not in the Iliath jungle.
Oh yeah, you were.
They were?
Yeah, that's when they were separated from you guys for forever because they were
We were
moving.
just more south than we thought.
Yeah, you just weren't in the
Oh, got
Cydia part of it, but you were still in the. They were in the Elias jungle.
Got
goes,
it.
I don't know what god that is, but whatever god's back in her play, like Trilithia, she's still pretty weak, man. Like,
Well, Bryn only got Illinade behind her. And Illinade's
Oh.
already seen her a couple times.
oh, that dude, he's still kicking.
Yeah, I guess Dad asked him a favor not too long ago, so
I mean, that's probably after I was with them, but yeah, no. I guess Trilithia's got one up on Illinade then. She could kill him. But yeah, she's super weak. I mean, I know they were a thing back in the day,
yeah.
but that was before
Those are
he
the-
got, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what strength he's up to now, but since I haven't heard about him in years, then I'm guessing he's probably
Cassie-
not up to snuff.
Cassian definitely ain't happy about it.
Well, regardless, you guys got all sorts of fucks going on in your party.
Yeah, you tell me about it. But I don't know. Ladash thinks you have some important information for me.
I
Was there something-
offered you to ask anything that you needed to know. And you talked about his wardrobe. I mean, I know
Well-
you're the fashionable one, but
Well, do you think there's anything to worry about?
I mean, there's plenty of shit to worry about.
Always plenty of shit to worry
He's
about.
a demon prince. I mean, fucking
Well,
goddamn title. That should be enough to worry about if you just want stuff to worry about, but stuff specifically related to you, I mean, that requires a bit more precision questioning.
well, there's one thing I'm trying to figure out. I guess there's something going on with souls
Alright.
transporting around the planes, going to where they're supposed to. But they're being pulled to the hells or something like that.
Oh, yeah, the siphon.
Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Obviously, you know what it's called.
Well, duh. Yeah, it's something that your dad cooked up with a couple of his brothers. Allowed, certain planes to, as the souls were on their way, when they hadn't quite made it to the destination, the siphon sort of just sucks them up and throws them in the hells. Lets a bit of a free-for-all happen, but usually, some of the lackeys of either your dad or some of his brothers or others on the council will have people that reach out there and grab them, scoop them up for them, throw them in a stockpile.
What for? Power?
Yeah, what else is souls good for? You should know, Mr. Battery.
Touche.
Just keep going and going.
I'm not trying to all the time.
And the door sort of like rips open next to him, and the bear's head comes back through. Talk to Istra. She says it's a go.
He's not here anymore.
You don't know that.
I don't know that? Okay, I don't know that.
Well, roll a perception check to see if you saw
Okay.
him go by.
I'm like, we're right by the door, I don't know.
As he's like going in
Nope,
and like
just barely.
as he's going in and stuff, like while he's doing his prayer and stuff on the roof, I'm lacing my caltrops with drow poison, and then as he goes back into the room, I will drop the caltrops behind him, and
Okay, make a
then
stealth
go.
check.
Yeah, and then try and rehide.
Yeah, I would say disadvantage because it's so close to him, but with the rain, it sort of cancels it out. Okay. His head's still sticking in, has yelled this to you guys.
I haven't seen him nor heard him since the
It
last time
was
we
mainly
poked your head in.
focusing the rest of the group. Bearhead just stuck through the door, yelled this at you guys, and is waiting.
Bryn just doesn't give a shit.
Ladash just kind of turns to the group and
Bros.
goes, I mean, I tried. I don't know what else. Not a big fan of getting in the way of gods.
Yeah, sure. Or just like had leaned her head against Bryn's chest and was just standing there for a minute, and then just next to her now.
Okay. You've got 5 minutes before I come in. And he pushes out the door and takes a couple steps back, hits the caltrops, and you guys just hear a roar from outside.
And
Varen
as he hits
kinda
them, I
closes
will
the door from that.
take a shot. I will take a shot with Acacia at him.
Okay, go ahead and roll the damage for the caltrops, and
It's just one, unless you want to count my sneak attack on it.
because they have the poison, right?
The
That's a
drow
save.
poison is just a save.
And what's that? Con save?
Yeah, it's a con save 13, so I wasn't expecting it to do much, but the caltrop itself lowers his movement speed by 10 feet until he gets healed, and then it also deals 1 point of damage.
Okay, 1 point of damage. Got it. All right, so go ahead and take the shot. You have advantage because you were stealthed.
I gotta go take care of my dog. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Good luck, Richa.
Oh, that's a hit. All right. Yeah, and unfortunately you haven't pulled from the ground yet, so you don't have your. But 39 points of damage. All right. All right, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
My chaos is showing
Still
so
continuing.
much.
Safe to say, he got higher initiative than you. All right. So with that, oops, where did that go? This will do. All right. Okay, so. All right, I got that. I got this. Takes a step back. You take the shot and impact him in like the right around where the shoulder is for his left shoulder, and he recoils back and just looks up at you, lets out a roar in your direction, and gonna make an athletics check to jump up. You just see him sort of like bend down and just jump forward and grab the side of the building, which with his full height, his head reaches like the bottom portion of the roof. So he jumps and just clamps in, nails and claws from feet and hands, digging into not only the top of the roof, but like the upper sides of the wall as he's like trying to clamber himself up, which he does get up and next to you. And this, because the log cabin-esque thing is so small, like him just being up here means he's next to you. Like there is not enough room for you guys to dance too far around here. He's gonna go ahead and take 3 attacks. All right, that is a 16, a 19, and a 16.
19 will hit, but the other don't.
Okay. So it's claw, bite. So he would hit you with one of his claws. That is 15 points of slashing damage. And then he's just going to...
And then
slow his breath down.
I will use my reaction to jump off the roof and get distance between us with my rogue trait.
Okay. Are you so you're using your reaction to jump off? Is that reaction to disengage, or is that just reaction to move?
No, it's the reaction that lets me move without being attacked.
Opportunity attack.
For
okay.
I think it's half my distance. Let me read real quick. Yeah, I can move half my speed on reaction when an enemy ends within 5 feet of me.
Okay. And at this point in time, you guys could start to hear multiple roars of not only anger, but pain happening from outside. And this is where Varen is going to start to open the door again and peek his head through. And Varen just kind of looks back at you, Kapoor, and goes, it's fucking going down.
Can you tell this up right now?
And just at this time, Rashad just jumps off the roof.
And yeah, as I break line of sight from him, I'd go to try and hide again.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth check. He can't beat that, so you're fine.
And then I guess then he'll draw the lightning arrow.
Okay.
And if I can move enough to see him on the roof, I would shoot the lightning arrow at him.
Okay, yeah, it would just be about 10 more feet once you're in your position, so.
With the caltrops still between us. I'm always going to try and do that.
Okay, you're gonna try and go that way. Gotcha.
Yeah, so that if he wants to come directly at me, he has to go through the caltrops again.
Okay. So you take 10 feet, step out, and let loose another arrow. You have advantage. 30 hits. 31 points of dodge. All right. Anything else? Oh, yeah,
Not
the lightning.
Yeah, that's the lightning damage. Yeah.
4 more. All right.
I guess I presumed it was lightning. That's the coastal
It's
one.
coastal, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so you hid, moved, shot. Anything else?
I mean, I can't hide again at that point because that would have been my bonus action to hide.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to move
And then-
to get any further away, closer.
He does. I don't know how fast this guy is yet, but
You
I
get a
guess
sense of his size. He's probably pretty fast.
But with the caltrops, it's -10, so it's one of those I'll back up pretty much as I'm yelling at him, and I'm like, I really think we should think about this, but I'm not gonna stop unless you do.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Took the first shot. Set up booby traps.
Doesn't seem like you're getting through to him. He's just.
I didn't think I would, but hey,
Hey, you gotta try. Okay. So you move further back. And
yeah, I'll keep not my whole distance, but because I do want to stay relatively around those caltrops. But yeah, he's backing up from him.
Gotcha. Okay. So on his turn, he is going to take a deep breath in and become slightly more invigorated.
And you said at this point we've heard it and we know shit's going down.
But you now see both Varen and Kaporan sticking their heads out, watching stuff go down. And at this point, you guys see as this giant bear jumps off the roof in Rachaw's direction. He did heal, so caltrops aren't affecting his distance anymore, which allows him to do a full extent of his jump at 30 feet. And so he clears the caltrops that almost lands on you, but not quite, because you said he moved back enough. But is standing there and just kind of gets back to his full size. Just, I'm sorry. My god says you must die. And he just kind of curls down and in to get a little bit lower, a little bit smaller and closer towards you. And as it does so, you see is all the fur, which is now slick with rainwater from this whole ordeal and mud everywhere, seems to, instead of being sort of poking out at weird directions like fur likes to do when it gets wet, it all seems to just push and get tighter and tighter against his body. And by the time that his turn is done, the rainwater that's hitting him is no longer having that water on leather sound. It's now having that water on armor sound. This looks an awful lot like the Pantherdillo.
Coined it.
But that would be the end of his turn.
Is he on top of me, within 5 feet?
He's within 5 feet, yeah.
Then I will back up again with my 25 feet movement.
You're like, whoa, that's a little bit too close, buddy. All right, so you skitter back at the end when he's finishing his armoring up.
I mean, all I'm saying really is I don't want to take down the last hand of the Istra. That's all. That's what I mean. So please don't make me. And then he'll dip behind a tree or something, whatever's like off to the side, and then take the hide action again.
Okay. Then go ahead and do another persuasion check.
Oh, if it was at disadvantage, it's not going to be any better.
So this is how Rachel really sounded. He hasn't quite gotten his own voice down. He's like, well, I don't want to take out the last hand of Istra. But go ahead and roll stealth for your hide action. As you're just like basically moving backwards into the tree line, trying to break up your sight. You say all that as you move back into the tree line and hide behind a tree that you think is a lot thicker than it actually is.
And then I guess I will ready the action to fire another arrow if he approaches me more.
Yeah, regular arrow.
Yeah.
Okay. So, ending your turn, it goes to him, and he goes, that is but a title, granted to be my Istra. Your confidence is fun. Hopefully you keep it till the end. And he's going to charge forward. So you go ahead and take your shot.
At some point during this craziness, Bryn's just gonna like look at our friends, look at our group, and look at Ladash and be like, should we go help him? More of a question of like to her group, like, are we getting up and going? And then to Ladash of like, do you think Rachel can handle it? Or is this guy stronger than he appears?
He's much more than he appears.
I can tell you now, we shouldn't get involved. Ooh, that looked like that hurt.
But for our sakes, I can't have Ladash speaking. For our sakes, I don't want us to get involved. Most bar fights, you don't get others involved, or else it becomes a bigger mess than it needs to be. It's up to you guys if you want to get interjected. I understand. He's one of yours.
We all get pick up bar brawler.
23 misses. It doesn't miss, but it bounces off his now hardened exterior. So and you're just like, and it like goes, and he just turns his head at the last moment and just kind of glances off his shoulder as he continues forward. He is going to full charge. Luckily, the tree is in the way, so it's going to take some of the damage. But I need you to make a dex save. Okay. So the tree is taking half the damage because it's in the way. But that is a fail. So I will... Let me just roll it on d20 to make it easier. You had moved back just enough. All right. Okay, so after a 20-foot straight line run, he hits the tree, so that would break it down to 23. So 22 would go to you, and you can half that if you want.
Yeah, the evasion would half it regardless. So
Gotcha.
12, I guess.
11. 22 halved. 11.
I thought I said 23.
The tree got 23. But he cleaves the tree as like you're just like ugh, as you try to like get underneath it, just trying to like make yourself as small as possible. One of the feet, one of his claws, just kind of clipping you as he goes through and takes out the tree above you and just sends the tree further into the forest as he turns around, like spinning, almost drifting around and going to still face you. That's his movement. So now he's going to make 3 attacks. Ooh, these ones are good.
Yes. How much movement does he have? I guess.
If he does that move, he needs to move at least 20 feet in a straight line to do it. But it also kills his movement afterwards. He's got 60 feet altogether.
I would have moved 75. That's my.
I thought you said you only moved back 20 feet.
I moved 25 on my reaction, and then another 50 with my full movement. Was what I thought, but we can keep it that way just for easy sakes. But
no, it's fine.
Yeah.
I can just have him dash for his action to do it instead. So instead of 2 of the attacks, he's just going to dash instead, because he only needs to move 20 feet.
Yeah,
but
and then the charge would have been the attack. Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, but now he's directly in front of you yet again. But that'll end his turn.
And so yeah, reaction, move another 25 feet back towards the caltrops this time.
Okay.
And then obviously I presume there's people standing in the doorway, and I don't want them to be caught up in this stuff. But
There's
I
at
still
least
want
2 figures, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want the caltrops, or I still want the caltrops between me and him, essentially, with as much movement as I can go. And
that would just put you basically right next to the caltrops, because you did the same exact thing the other way. So if you want to move more, you can. But
yeah, that'll work for me. And then I will hide behind the door. Like, is it a swing open door?
It swings into the establishment.
All right, then I will actually go around the bend of the door then, like around, or not the door, the outside of the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you wanted to get behind the door and just get squished as the door gets slammed into the wall.
And then I'll take the hide bonus action.
Okay, go ahead and roll for stealth. So Bryn says that, Ladash says his thing. The rest of you guys can respond if you want to Bryn's question.
What was her question? It was so long ago.
I say we go out. If Richal wanted us involved, he would have asked us, but I'd rather not just sit in here while they fight.
Kaporn's watching the whole thing. He's like, I think most of us would die.
I mean, he did say that just one of them needed to die, so maybe once that's fulfilled, we can bring them back and all's kosher?
Yeah, I got you there.
You really think so with the god thing?
I mean, at least we'd be able to persuade him, saying, well, you technically killed him, good job, now you can leave, and then...
What's the worst that's going to happen? We're going to have a Deathwalker come after us?
Glare from Nori.
Well, technically, Richard doesn't have a demon trying to grab his soul as soon as he dies, so not a horrible idea.
Neither did Bryn, but you know.
Yeah, but Richard would have been a lot more trouble to try to receive his soul, since we'd have to go to the hells.
Well, the Deathwalker thing, I don't think is going to really pertain to here. I don't feel any sort of daedal influence on this area.
Who's talking?
Castian.
So it wouldn't be able to enter here?
No, what I'm saying is that a new one wouldn't be made if we brought either one of them back, because it needs to be 2 deities fighting over the same soul, basically. But
because of where I died, well, because I'm connected to Illuminade, and then where I died.
Yes,
so
Illinade's power brought you back in the presence of another god, so that's how the Deathwalker was initially made. But that shouldn't be a problem.
Castian,
Yes?
you know a lot about gods, right? And pre-gods and things like that.
The gods that used to be and the gods that are now, yes.
So from what Parzival was telling me, and from what I've gleaned from Brandon Nori, this thing was like sucking up water and shit. And it was underground, and it was like taking out lakes and stuff. Does that ring a bell? Like big black whatever soaking up water?
No, all the descriptors you guys have ever given me about that situation specifically has no connection or recollection on anything that I knew or know.
Okay. The reason I ask is it just sounds like this really big, like world eater creature kind of thing, but not really a god. I just trying to figure out which other god we're fighting against besides, Illuminati and stuff.
Unfortunately, I don't know every god.
You just seem to know a lot of
Of
pre-gods.
course. Yes, no,
of course.
I know of plenty of powers that have now become deities as well, but that doesn't mean that something could have come after my time and already reached deityhood. Flash cut to Richa fight. Richa, you sort of run back to the caltrops, and you're just like, you see the door, and both Kapoor and Varen sort of standing in the doorway looking outside. Probably Kapoor would give you a little bit of a wave. And then you just, like, veer around the caltrops to go around the side, but you end up, like, slipping at the last end of it, so you just, like, grab the side of the building and just, like, pick yourself up, and you just go and try and slide up against the wall. Definitely still half of you sticking out.
Yeah, and since it's noticeable, obviously, he'll swap Acacia over for his blowgun, which is, for this entire time it's been there, been loaded with the last tube of his walloping darts.
Yep.
And once he tries to, once he gets close to the caltrops, I'm basically going to fire it at him, or fire the blowgun at him, and hope that the thing knocks him down into the caltrops, essentially.
Gotcha. Okay, so holding the attack action with your blowgun. Alright. Back to Jacob's turn. He goes, will you just stop running? And he is going...
It's my favorite thing to do.
From your hidden position. He is going to stand up to full height and just come down with full bear force onto the ground. Bear Jacob casts Fissure as he is going to split the ground underneath him in your direction. So it's another dex save. You can go 100 feet. But he cannot move, he cannot attack. The one time your dex saves just aren't, just
right?
Making you go la 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 through everything.
It's muddy and rainy.
I was gonna say, yeah, as the fissure starts to towards the building itself, you go to jump, but you've created a little bit of suction underneath your feet, and so you're oh dear, and then the floor just goes, and you just whoop. Luckily, your evasion sort of kicks in and cuts down half the damage. But it does. So you'll get half damage, but failing the dex save, you have half movement speed next turn.
Sorry, I was talking to Becca real quick. I'm at half movement and what?
And damage with your evasion.
And what was the damage?
I'm rolling it right now. Plus another 2, because that was supposed to be D12 plus 8. So 25 halved to 13 because of your evasion. But he can't move, he can't do anything else for the rest of his turn. So it is your turn, sir.
He'll swap back to Acacia then, and pull out a lightning arrow
Okay.
since he clearly knows where I am, and
Might as well, yeah.
and I think he'll take the hide. So the bonus action was for the lightning arrow. He'll take the hide action and try and give himself some advantage. Is what he's gonna do, while moving around the building.
Okay. All right, so moving a little bit further back. Go ahead and roll stealth. You'll have advantage on this because you're like moving to like the back of the building now. Oh, you don't even need advantage. You're good.
I was gonna say I could go for the 20, I guess.
So since another turn has passed, you guys inside. So the nice little exposition on God talk happens with Castian. Bryn is still kind of just standing there like,
She's like, I kind of just want him to live with the consequences, kind of like I did for Porn, but he is the bird. Hard choices.
Is she saying this out loud?
No.
you're over with Varen.
Oh.
And Varen's just with you like, are you sure you want to bet that much on the bird?
Just
All
the
right.
bird.
That's fine.
He would ask a question in between, like, as they're standing at the door, trying to talk some more, but I don't
Yeah?
know. It's like, well, he would say he took his father on in order to, as his patron, protect his friends. Is there a reason that he should be concerned?
Honestly, if you wanted your friends dead, they'd be dead. I think he's just more interested in you.
Sure.
So take that as a plus.
Yeah. Should I be aware of like some kind of betrayal or something? Like, would he do? Is that something he seems?
I don't think he'd want to
Business-like.
betray you, since at least one of the few things in the universe that he loves is his wife, and betraying you would just hurt her.
Sure.
So if anything, you good? Oh shit, fissure. Ooh, that was
Hold on a
close.
second. This place isn't gonna fall apart, will it?
I'm not betting on that one. You guys all feel sort of a slight vibration happen from outside. And Ladash goes, I don't think he's strong enough to destroy this place.
You don't think?
You're nowhere nearby.
Oh, damn.
All right,
I mean,
come on.
honestly, he said he owed you one, and he well, favor wise and stuff, and he's really kind of shitting on whatever he said. Honestly, like, he said he wouldn't bring it in here and stuff, and he's kind of doing exactly that.
Well, the place is still standing. Until he actually damages this, I don't see that technically being brought in.
I guess. I don't know about this guy. Anyway,
Come on, Amric. We'll wait outside and see when Rachel yells for help.
Amric will go up to the door, and since they're fighting right outside, he's not going to open the door right away, but he'll kind of.
Well, the door's
Door's
open,
wide
and
open.
Baron and Kaporan are standing in it.
He's gonna, I guess, he'll pound on the door frame just to make sure that someone's paying attention to the noise and be like, "We're coming out, just observers."
Baron
Watch out for
kind of
the cow
steps to the side.
Watch your step.
Nori sighs and follows them.
Yeah, Varen kind of like kick slides some of the caltrops that had gotten moved a little bit too close to the door frame. So now there's like just a nice little ribbon of people standing there right outside the door.
No clue where Racha is whatsoever.
Nope,
He's
just this
watching this
giant
guy.
bear man and a nice fissure in the ground going off to the side of the building. Okay. Back to Jacob's turn. You all now hear him roar once more in anger. And then he shrinks down into his human self once more. Shield, sword. And just stabs it into the ground. Puts the shield in front of him, takes a knee, and starts whispering.
Well, that can't be good.
What is he doing?
Varen kind of just sticks his head out from this little parade of people that are out here and goes, yeah, this shit ain't good.
I feel like we should just go back inside. Bryn's just gonna like slowly back Nori up and like, yeah, that's Rachel's fine. For right now. He hasn't yelled for help yet.
You guys just see as this cloud of darkness just extends out from Jacob himself, just enveloping everything, and just creeps further and further and further out, getting pretty much right up to the doorframe. His darkness can go 90 feet.
Magical darkness?
Yep. Well, he didn't all of a sudden turn out the lights, so
Why?
you gotta assume it's magical darkness. You do hear the shink and the movement of armor inside as he's pulled the sword back out of the ground, probably grabbed his shield once again, and is moving in the darkness somewhere.
So much for being observers.
If Amric is allowed to, like, he's still not going to intervene, but he definitely does not trust this dude not to attack him just because he's out here, so he's going to cast a Shield of Faith on himself.
Okay. That's a good thing. So everyone's just kind of sitting there like, oh shit. Then just a little shing comes off.
Wait,
of
did he cast darkness in front of us? We now have obscure vision of everywhere?
Yeah. Everything in
Fuck
front
no.
of
Dispel magic. No.
in front of you.
I'm not
guys.
having this.
Okay, if you want to try and dispel magic, go ahead and roll.
This has nothing to do with Rachel. This is being like, Bryn needs to be able to see this thing in order for it to slow down. Not a fucking chance.
What?
She's worried about the Deathwalker being close, which is why she didn't want Bryn to go outside. But you see Nori raise her hand. What's your modifier?
5, so that's... it won't do it.
Yeah, she raises her hand. The spell... Because you guys have like a good 5 to 7 feet of distance before the darkness is right there. And the spell goes out, but you feel it try and connect to whatever is creating the darkness, but it's just not strong enough to quench it. And Varen just starts to edge away from you guys.
Kaporn has not gone outside yet.
Varen just makes his way back inside. After he sees you do that, just goes, yeah, excuse me, sorry, pardon me, going back inside. Not part of that one. Right after Amric just went shing of his shield of faith.
So he went into the building, is what you did?
Yep, he went inside. He's done.
Kaporn was staying at the door the whole time, so...
So now it's Amric, Perrin, and Nori outside. Kaporin's in the doorway.
Do we have any movement left?
Yeah, you guys haven't moved at all.
Okay. I'm pretty much just gonna walk off to the side. Like, if I can get out of the darkness, I will. But I'm just walking, no weapons out. I'm just like I'm standing there watching.
Going into the darkness, or are you staying up
No,
inside
like
the
out
building?
of the dark. If I can get out of the darkness, I will.
Yeah,
but
you
I
basically would
off
have to
the
just
side.
walk the length of the building to sort of like get around it.
Yeah, I also want to make sure that if they do throw around any big spells, I'm not just standing right there.
Roger that. But Bryn, you see Nori reach out and do the spell work. It have no effect. You've seen her do this spell a few times, so you have an idea of what she's trying to do.
Let's not piss him off more, and she's gonna make her go inside and just out into the void. Richa, you know how to get us. You're a big boy.
You're a big boy now.
Okay. Nori, are you allowing Bryn to bring you inside?
I don't think I could fight it if I wanted to. She's got a 20 to strength, and I'm rocking an 8.
You never know. You can acrobatics your way out. Little people are
Her
slippery.
athletics is much higher than my acrobatics will ever be.
You never know. She can at one.
I don't think she'll fight it.
Okay. So,
I
Bryn,
say even if you try, she's just gonna be like, nope, we're going.
action surge. Nope. Okay, so you guys basically come out, cast a couple spells, and then go back inside.
She said fucking watching, not doing shit. God damn it.
So you two are back inside. Kapoor, you're back in the doorway. Varen's behind you, but inside. Definitely more keeping his back on the inside of the wall and being like, hey, let me know how it's going.
Can't see shit.
How's the storm looking outside?
It's just as bad as it was when you guys arrived. It really has only been 30, 45 minutes.
Not even here an hour, and someone's already in a fight.
Okay, Rashad, it's your turn now. You're basically on the back side of the building.
And he went into the building.
No, that was Varen.
Oh, you said Jacob. That was why it was confusing.
Oh, my
me that
apologies.
he
No,
went
Varen
inside.
moved his way inside of the building and is like, yeah, I'm not part of this anymore.
Like the dude just turned back into a human and then went inside because he saw the other people go act like they were gonna start fighting. It's like, nope, never mind.
No. Jacob's in the darkness. Varen moved his way in. Because he didn't want to be anywhere near Nori and Amrit casting spells while being out here.
Yeah, he's essentially gonna wait it out and not actually approach him ever. And if like the darkness starts to continue moving, just remain on its edge, more or less.
Okay. So with that, ending your turns goes back to Jacob. Kapoor, go ahead and give me a perception check. Disadvantage because the storm is still raging. Amrit, you've moved off the side towards basically, I'd say about 10 feet past the side of the building. I think that added it together.
16 plus 7, 23.
Yeah, 23. Like, what?
You can hear footsteps and the sound of armor moving inside, but you can't pinpoint exactly where it's at. But you can tell it's getting closer, at least.
I think you guys pissed him off.
They're all gone.
Yeah, I'm like, Bryn's walking Nori back to the fucking table. Like, nope. Mm-mm.
Kaporin turns to Vernon and is like, we should back off. Kaporin closes the door.
I will turn to Castian. Hey, real quick question.
Yes.
If we happened to teleport somewhere and you came with us, would you be able to just teleport back to the ship with us later?
I honestly don't know. It's been so long. I don't know if going too far away from my ship, if I would still have control and connection to whatever piece I leave behind. I honestly don't know.
Your hand is still there. I just curious because we might need to get out of here faster than your ship can heal itself. / storm's still raging outside.
Well, there's plenty of shipwrights here. I mean, my ship can heal over time, but we can do regular repairs to it as well. It's just the magical aspect of it would need longer to regenerate.
Right, I'm pretty much talking about, like, probably not a good night's sleep.
Oh.
Mr. Deathwalker's close.
He's real close.
Well,
That's the problem.
unfortunately, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess you guys could teleport to wherever you need to and then come back when you're ready for a sail.
Yeah, the problem is we can't get back. We don't have any teleport spells. I can get us to one place, and that's it. I can't get us back.
Well, maybe somewhere there they'll have an option for you
Doesn't
to come back.
isn't if you have an object from the place you're trying to go to, doesn't it automatically work?
No.
For who?
It assists
You mean
heavily,
teleport?
but it doesn't make it automatically work.
Right.
How are we gonna teleport out?
I have word of recall,
Right.
and I can take us back to wherever it is my house is.
Polly's house?
Because brain isn't working right now.
Silverin?
But no.
Oh, Insidia?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Kember?
Gember. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, you're with the dwarves over there.
Sure, yeah, sure, Kember.
Okay.
So I can pop us there if we need to, but getting us back to the ship to be where we need to go, blah blah blah, all that stuff is not, not so
I mean,
easy.
we could always go visit your wizard friend. It's only a few days' journey.
Yeah, it's not a few days' journey. Actually, it's half a country away.
Yeah.
Be like 3 months at least, yeah.
So for having a Nori with you, it'd be like 2 weeks.
Yeah, Nora being able to like cloud walk you guys, it wouldn't take too long, but that is like relative terms, it's 2 clan lands away.
Relative terms, the thing moves as fast as Bryn moves. That's the thing. It doesn't teleport, it just moves as fast as she moves. So she needs a night's sleep in this place, in this plane, before we can do crazy move shit.
Isn't it still going 150 miles per hour?
That's why it's so close.
What time of day is it?
Closer to nighttime.
It's storm time.
It's evening.
It's not a bad idea. If Rachal's getting his ass kicked outside, what are we doing? Why are we
It's,
talking about
it's
this?
about even, okay?
Kaporin's all like, he's been handling himself so far.
Rachel takes half damage from a lot of things. So
Yeah.
it's not too bad.
Also, that guy's coming closer to the door.
And
Just a
actually,
heads up,
the
everyone.
Tell the
darkness,
door's closed.
Kaporin's watching outside. He's got the door open.
He said he closed the door.
He warned everyone, and then he closed the door. And started
Okay.
backing off. Yes.
Well, then I won't tell you what happens because no one has eyes. Oh, Amric has eyes on him. So the darkness goes away, and you now, Amric, see Jacob in human form, probably only about 20 feet away from you, near the front of the building itself. And you kind of turn and look at him, and sort of put up your hand, like, "Look, I don't have anything." But as he's looking at you, you just see this. You don't see his eyes anymore. It's just completely darkness and dark trails of smoke sort of pouring out from the sides of his eyes and mouth. And he just looks over at you and then looks back to the building itself. And he is going to, with a quickness, Amric, just bolt forward. And he's going around the bend. Rachak, go ahead and give me a perception check just to see if you... Because I know you have your shot waiting in case he gets closer. This is to see if you can, aim and catch him as he's basically peeling around the opposite corner that you're on. He's basically gone all the way around you. He's going to perception check to try and see you. You rolled, a 34 on that last one, so he can't even. So you're fine. So you're still hidden, but he does peel around the corner. You do, you're kind of looking, and you look back and see the darkness disappear, and so you kind of, do this and see him pulling around the corner, probably roughly as fast as you usually look to other people, with a slight blur behind him as you zoom around the battlefield sometimes. But go ahead and take your shot if you want. You have advantage because he can't see you. That hits. $25 points of damage. Oh wait, plus the lightning. 35 points of damage. That puts him down to... Okay. Basically took out all the healing he did in the darkness. Okay, but now you've made your location known, and so he's going to finish like the last 20 feet of movement to come get to you. He is now right next to you, but he had to use his dash to get to you. So he's just standing there. Eyes smoking, mouth smoking, shield and sword up. Your turn.
Does he look like haggard at all?
You can see fresh cuts, but they seem also to be recently healed. So, you're not sure what he did in the darkness, but he's definitely got some sort of healing, either spell work or possibly potions or something that he's downing. Obviously, you saw him sort of reinvigorate when he was in bear form, when he was on the roof. But other than that, you haven't seen how he's healing.
Pretty sure there's a song for all of those.
He doesn't look as fresh as when you first saw him. And we'll tell you that.
Yeah, he'll bonus action disengage then, I guess, and still take off and go hide again. This is his best bet currently until he can't.
Gotcha. All right. Disengage you do, and you're already on one corner, so you kind of just and then peel away. Go ahead and roll stealth. Yeah, he can't see that. This is less for... I mean, you obviously break line of sight once you go around the corner. This is more for if he comes around the corner, whether or not he can see you.
Yeah, and
How far away do you want to go?
Yeah, he'll bank towards, like... The way I've imagined it is that we're kind of like, 30, 40 feet away from the shoreline in one direction, and then forest or jungle in the other direction.
Pretty much.
He'll bank directly across from the building, essentially. Like if there was a road, he'd be on the other side of the road.
There actually is a dirt path that cuts into the forest itself, or the jungle itself. And that's where he took out one of the trees that you were in, behind the, when you went away from the caltrops and everything. So you want to head back in that direction?
Yeah, and towards the other side of the dirt path, though, sort of thing.
Okay. So full, 95 feet?
Well, I would have had to bonus action to disengage from him,
Gotcha.
And then my action would have been to hide from him. So then, I would have had just my regular move.
So just your normal, 50 feet?
Correct.
Oh, to be crippled in your distance. I'm so sorry.
Just only my normal movement speed of nearly as fast as
only
a horse.
Guys, we need to give me some boots of speed, guys. I'm just saying, like, give me that 100 movement.
Yeah, you need to take the mobile feat. It's the only option.
So instead of having to cast Dust Cloud or anything like that, he's just I create a Dust Cloud.
Well,
you don't have any spell slots. No, I just go around the battlefield 3 times, and now there's dust.
Let's hire a wizard
spin in circles
to follow up around, and the only thing that they can contribute to our group is just to cast haste on Rachel. That's it.
Just give Rachel a bunch of
You
haste
can
scrolls.
go wherever you want. All you need to do is cast haste on Rachel and get out of here so you can keep concentration. You're good.
No, just pay a wizard to constantly make haste scrolls. Just Rachel has this little satchel of nothing but haste scrolls that he just reads at the beginning of a battle. And then he's
Eventually,
like,
you'll just be able to.
I
Eventually,
could
he'll just come to the point. He's just speaking it as he pulls it out, and he's just like, "I don't even have to read the scroll. I memorized it."
Yep.
It's if I had boots of speed and casted haste, I could reaction move 100 feet.
Nope, you're too close. Alright, so you move off and in that direction. For the people inside. Continuing on the conversation as Racha is in a fight for literally his life.
So we can get away from here, but how do we get back? That's the thing. That's why I thought that maybe, Castian had some weird, like, I'm away from my ship and I need to be back immediately, so I'm just going to teleport back kind of thing. Not that I would say that in your voice like that. I wasn't mocking you or anything. I was just hoping. I really was.
Quite alright.
I mean, there's a world where we vamp up there, sleep for the night, but can they teleport?
I mean, not that anything that we've heard says so.
Aaron, can they teleport?
Talk about the Deadwalkers?
Yeah.
Not that I know.
Oh, Aaron also says, Trilithia.
What did he say?
He's not too sure what Trilithia can do to help us.
Well, we were told there was a shot, and I'd like to take the shot.
Better than no shot at
Literally the
all.
only shot we have at this
Someone
point.
further down the bar goes, "Shot?"
Keep drinking, buddy.
Yeah, we doing shots? I'm down.
You can.
Who's doing shots with me?
I'm just
I'll
like,
have one.
Orange is enjoying his rum.
Amric, you see this Racha just peel around the side of the building, cross the street, and then just disappear.
Emmerich will take like another 10 steps back, and then he's definitely doing his best like cat watches the ceiling fan impression. As I'm sure Richaw and the bear are just gonna go back and forth, back and forth.
Scooby-Doo style.
Exactly.
Did Amric find some popcorn too?
can't it would get all
Like, soggy
soggy outside.
popcorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would be really soggy right now.
But he's undead, so it doesn't really matter if it's soggy or not.
It's a texture thing, okay?
Okay. So, Racha, you've gone back into the jungle tree line. Jacob is gonna pull around the corner and not as at the same speed that he did earlier. He's just basically going to be in the middle of the road. So about 15 feet away from, 20 feet away from you, actually. And just sort of standing there, and then further down the road towards the dock, there's just Amric. Yeah, and he kind of looks at you, and then looks back out, and is sort of scanning. All this guy wants to do is fight, and all you're doing is just running away from him and hiding, so he's just like...
Yeah, I'm sure he's pissed.
Oh,
but
he's getting like more and more pissed as things are going. He doesn't want to burn a lot of his high level stuff right away, but you're like pushing the button of him just fucking going all out, and he's just like,
yeah, he'll draw a lightning arrow and he'll what's on the other side of the road? Like, what am I standing by, I guess?
currently you got just a bunch of trees and portions of the jungle. He's sort of not right in front of the building on the road, so it's not like building him, you. He's off to the side because he came around the side of the building. So behind him is just more jungle, and then it leads to some larger rock. So your side is like more of the thick jungle. and then there's the road that he's standing in the middle of. And then from your angle to him, it's nothing but jungle and then larger rock behind him.
Yeah, he'll take his shot and then. Yeah, we'll do that for now, because that was all he's going to be able to do.
Okay.
And then he bonus action drew the arrow, so never mind.
All right, go ahead and take your shot without advantage because he is dodging. That was all he could do. So it's just a straight shot. That hits. So what? Oh, you did your lightning arrow, so go ahead and roll lightning arrow. Nice. So 24 points of damage?
Correct.
Okay. Alright. Takes the shot, the lightning sort of arcs across his armor before sort of getting just staticked out into the air. And he just looks in the direction that it came. You don't do any movement?
Look, I don't even want to be doing this. Please stop. And I understand the need to be doing what your god is asking, but this isn't the way to do it. And like as he sort of like creating space and getting back towards the caltrops being moved between the two of them.
Okay, so you will be starting to move towards the side that Amric's on. Because the caltrops are like right around the front of the door, and Amric went towards the shore. So this would be you moving away from the jungle and closer to the shore.
I guess I would know Amric was there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would still be doing it for now. Because he doesn't exactly know what this guy can do anyways.
Okay. Alright. People inside? Casual conversation?
I mean, as casual as you can be as you're trying to hear for Rachel going, help!
There's definitely
do we
noises
wanna
going
do?
on outside, but it's not a help.
Just heard a lightning crack through the sky as he pegged the dude again.
I really want to know what the fuck Rachel did.
Will we ever know?
I mean, Amric's watching, so you could probably give us a play-by-play.
No,
If he
I
doesn't
want to know
we'll
what
never know.
did he do to make Jacob so mad, or Istra so mad?
I mean, based on everything Rachad does, it doesn't surprise me if he's made a god mad.
Yeah.
Accidentally desecrated a holy site, maybe? I don't know what gods do.
I mean, that's a possibility. Or killed something that was sacred to it. He wouldn't happen to have made the final blow on that guardian spirit?
No, that was Caparan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you proud of me, Val? I didn't even tell Becca yet.
Yep.
What the hell?
I'm sure she's very upset at that.
A little bit.
Bryn has no clue Becca's raging.
Bryn's just like, whatever. And Becca's like, just tell me, damn it.
Yup.
Okay, snapshot back to the battle. Keeping his eyes on you as you move through, you now get get a hint as to what's going on with him specifically as he reaches into. He's got a large sort of leather satchel across the lower portion, like a reverse fanny pack. And he reaches inside and pulls out this little vial of golden liquid and downs it. And as it does so, you see the visage of him. All of a sudden, you've seen it on Bryn happen a few times, as he just starts to almost look like he's vibrating, but not the haste spell, but blur. And he's going to walk up to the caltrops, but not go any further. Just points his sword out to you. Istra has tasked me. Why should I deny my god?
I can honestly say I don't know. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be questioning it. Because I, as a person, have genuinely wanted to be as good as possible. I may have made mistakes, but I would, and if that's the case, would love to make it up to Istra in some sort of way that is not my life. And it's just one of those things, like, being called, your title being the last of something for Istra makes me feel like if I take your life, it's gonna snuff something out, and I don't want that to happen. By all means, I might not be doing that, by the way. I could very easily just die here. But
my title isn't about being the final straw. My title is more of being the last one you see.
Ooh, that's really cool. I like that a lot. That's fun.
Don't compliment the enemy.
It's more or less a middle finger than a hand.
It's the last fuck you.
I will pause this battle if you swear allegiance to Istra. No, not a paladin multiclass.
A warlock? Am I getting celestial warlock?
You make
Class
Istra.
number 4, let's go.
You make Istra your god. Then I can speak with her and see if it's enough to reconcile whatever slight you have done.
Was this a secret goal? Is he starting a cult?
Club.
Use the correct
The cult of
terminology.
many gods.
Warren's learned that no one wants to join a cult, but they'll join clubs.
You notice that the sword that he holds now and pointing in your direction, darkness has started to slowly creep towards the end of the blade.
Man, you're kind of putting me in a bind here. Pun intended. But the problem with that is, like, I've already got a lot of things going on with a lot of different people. And, like, even if I were to do the deal with her, like, she's not going to be happy with me either way. Like, I can tell you that.
Bertald's been in bed with a lot of gods.
I'm not really ready for relationship right now. I got a few things
I
going
gotta work on it's not you, it's me.
as I'm like saying that too, I'll be trying to like essentially slide a hand out, something out of my pack while I'm talking to him, like not threateningly, but more of a defensive if he attacks again kind of thing.
Okay. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check. He tenses at your movements, but he's not doing anything immediately about it. His sword lowers down to the ground right in front, in betwixt all the caltrops in front of him. And the sword sort of waves over them, and you see them glow bright red before starting to melt into little pools of molten metal.
Dude, that's awesome.
The water from the rain just making these tiny little steam piles from each of these caltrops. And eventually putting out the little bubbles of molten iron that they are. And then he walks forward, not pointing the sword at you anymore, and not in a very quick or aggressive manner, but still sword, not completely blackened over yet, but he is moving forward to get about 25 feet away from you before he stops once again. Istra takes all. Problems or not. Especially those who she feels rightly should go to her.
Why would I be somebody rightly for her though?
Your entire species. All of us beasts. What, you think this is my normal form? You saw my normal form.
Yeah, I figured it was the bear, but that's also pretty awesome. You took down, like, and he just points towards that tree. It's like, no way in hell I'd ever get to do that. That's pretty, like, yeah.
Oh god, Richard turned into a human.
No, don't. It would be too cursed.
See, like, the thing I'm struggling with is I already have,
Richard, you feel almost like a panic attack. You feel like burgeoning in your chest over and over again, almost like Alien. The little thing is going, the chest burster is going to come out. But it feels like as if you were laying on a door and someone was heavily knocking the other side of it. And then you hear this little whisper of a voice. Let me help.
well, I mean, I had one more card left to play. If you got something better, by all means.
He's about to kill him with kindness.
No, I was actually, what was in my pocket was the scroll of Steelblade Strike or whatever, and I was
Gotcha.
going to teleport on him.
But you have this conversation in the back of your head, and you feel that pressure inside your chest come to an exact point, directly center chest, where a tiny little crystal is embedded. You feel it expand a couple inches wide. And though it's not immediately noticeable because of the black feathers and everything, two hands pull through the opening. this little bird all of a sudden has these large, black, extended arms and legs, head and body, pulling its way out, standing full right. Amric, you're behind Richaw, and all of a sudden you see this like 6-foot black ghost thingy just appear out of the front of Richaw and is now just standing with your back to not only you but Richaw as well. As Richaw, you being the only person to have seen a full visual of Trentamir at one point, now see that standing before you. What looks like, from a distance, just darkness. But now that you're up close and you can still see through him. He is slightly corporeal. But you also see just endless stars inside. And Jacob has taken like a step back. You hear the voice of Trentamir reach out. He is under my protection. He is my champion, not yours. And the darkness just all of a sudden coalesces into just flurry of shadows that zoom forward, encasing Jacob. And at first, it's very much Doctor Strange demon stuff flying all around him, and then it's just and it all disappears. Jacob gone.
I am so glad Richaw has actual words.
Oh, Amric's there too.
Still?
Amric's gonna be the Richaw of this group. The fucking ghost guy sucked him. Bye-bye.
After saying that, Amherst, if he says God, he's gonna go like, he's just gonna look at Rashawn and say, "I need more alcohol." He's gonna go back inside.
Is he still standing there,
No.
or is he just gone?
Trentamir disappeared as he took Jacob.
As I pass by Richaw, I'll drop my Shield of Faith and I'll probably pat him on the back and cast a Cure Wounds on him.
Okay.
Child's like looking around. It's like, is he dead? Like he's a little panicked now. He's like, I didn't want to kill him.
Okay, buddy, we just sent him home. That's what religious people say, right?
No, I say I killed him.
And took his head.
And then I cut off his head, cleaned it, and put it on my belt.
Talk to him later.
Rachad just sort of like nods and thanks Amric as he does that, and is just like, I guess it's over. We can both go back inside, I think. And he's just gonna like walk slowly back with Amric.
The door opens and Richaw comes through with Amric. Varen kind of like looks outside.
I win.
No proof of death.
He came back in. The other guy's not out there anymore.
You know very well there's spells and shit that send people to different places. I need a body.
Rachel, what happened? Where's the body?
I can honestly say I have no idea.
Thank you.
What
Stalemate.
happened? God damn it. When his body shows up.
Then I'll pay you.
Alright. Warren looks a butt.
Ladash kind of trusts Varen to, especially if there's money involved, to be telling the truth about what he sees outside. So Ladash does kind of look you over, Richaw, like, what did happen?
I was more or less kicking his ass, but for the most part, like, I didn't want to get anywhere near him, and it was only a matter of time before he was about to.
Both you and Amric give a deception check.
I went out there, and then they were over there. Then they were over there. Then somehow Rashad was up there.
Rachel's great.
I
Amric, not so
physically
much.
can't beat the insight. We don't even have to roll for that one. So
Like Rachel
Rachel
started
was not
talking,
in
and
the
Amric
sky.
is just like looking at Rachel like, "What? Really? Not really what I saw, but I guess I don't." And everyone just kind of looking at Amric, who's now like kind of like murmuring to himself about it. It's just... But continue, Rachel.
And then like he finally stopped and was like, "Hey, why don't you just join my team?" And I was like, "Hey, I'm already on a team." And then when I said that, all of a sudden he disappeared.
Everyone looks at Amric, and Amric is like,
Mary
I
just
don't
nods like that's a normal Rachel thing. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You don't.
I
Neither
fully
of you-
believe this.
Ladash is just like,
Neither of you have anything to make a person disappear.
Rachel, you actually have words now, yet you're making it much more cryptic to understand what actually happened.
Because something stupid fucking happened, that's why.
Honestly, it's something I can't explain. I just was like, "Hey, there's a," and then like I heard of.
It's definitely true. I 100% agree with that one.
It's just one of the. It was like, so I shot him, and then I hid. He did the darkest thing. I shot him again as he came around the corner, ran away again, shot him a third time, and I genuinely think I had the upper hand on him at that point, but he could have easily kicked my ass still. But he chugged some sort of potion that was gold, melted all my caltrops, which, oh, by the way, I need to go collect those. And then
They're now just little saucers.
yeah, exactly. He's gonna make little discs out of them, do something with them. But
Throwing stars.
and yeah, he melted all my caltrops, and then was like, "Hey, I'll stop this if you join Miss Istra." And I was like, "I have a little too much going on with all that sort of stuff." And he was like, "Mistra accepts everybody that she believes belongs to her, which apparently is all beast folk, and we fall under that category, I guess, which I'm a bird. I don't know if I'm a beast bird. It's whatever." But anyways, he goes, I was like, I kind of already have a little bit of a problem with that and with other things going on. And then I heard a voice in my head, and he was like, "Hey, do you want me to help out?" And I was like, "Well, I got one more thing to play, but if you want to do something." And then all of a sudden something burst out of my chest and the guy disappeared.
Well, doesn't that sound familiar?
Oh, okay.
And you don't know what burst out of your chest?
I have some theories. It was either Trentamir or a demon or
The demon's no longer
I'm
with you,
holding-
though.
yeah, but I got those tattoos, man. I'm not gonna believe it until it's like that demon's gone, probably. But or one more thing, but I'm not gonna mention it because plausible deniability for you.
That makes me more worrisome. What did it look like? Sort of looking between you and Emmerich.
Half there, half not there guy, but it was all black, like just a shadow.
Yeah, more or less.
Probably not the demon. They tend to have a ashen and glowy variety.
I would bet it was probably Trinity. Trentamere.
Did it look like endlessness?
Yeah, you could call it infinity. Yeah.
No copyright, Marvel. We're fine. Then yes, I'd have to say it probably was Trantamere. Yeah, I would have.
Slight smile from Nori.
I would have to agree. Which explains why it's bigger in your chest.
Oh, and he like looks down and he like started parts his feathers a little bit. He's like, "Oh, hey, look at that."
Yeah, instead of being sort of like very, tiny in degree, it now is about half the size of what Nori's was on her neck.
So could we call Jacob dead?
I doubt
Darren
that.
said he's
I doubt he's
need a body.
dead.
Well, I mean, we could take a long rest, and then I could call him tomorrow and see if he's dead.
Honestly, if it was Trentamere and with what I know he likes to do, I mean, he very well could have just sucked all the god juice out of Jacob and placed him in a random plane.
That's not very nice.
That's the god of
what
chaos
he
for
likes
you.
to do.
He just nods. and is
chaotic like
That's
that."
why it's a little bigger. That makes sense now that you mentioned it. Yeah.
Like Nori's like also not like, yeah, this lines up.
Nori's all smile when it doesn't happen to her.
She's happy to help when it's not on her. It's like, okay, my friend has a Trentamere pierce. I'm more than happy to like help and do things. Don't put it on me.
You didn't want to be decapitated?
No.
Polly was sharpening swords for decapitation.
I think Emmerich's.
I've got a copyright on that. I need you to.
But yes, that God of Chaos doing something like that is much more in his repertoire. So
Welcome back, Trentamere.
well, at least all that is taken care of, right? I mean, I don't see any.
Oh, Rich, all the Deathwalkers nearby or coming nearby.
Yep.
Oh, Kaporin,
Yeah.
put Luke away. Do not use him no matter what.
Got it.
I asked about that, by the way. And he's kind of on the edge, which means you're using him too much. And if that thing breaks, he's done for. So just put it away. Put it in a bag of holding. I don't care where you put it. Just somewhere else. So it doesn't get broken. Otherwise, coming out here is pointless. Besides the Bryn thing. But, you know.
The Racha thing.
I was gonna say there's like
That's
3
on the
things
way.
bringing us out here.
3 things on that island that we're supposed to do.
Racha's thing isn't on that island.
Well, it's island chain.
It's a stop on that island. I don't know exactly what's going to happen there.
Yeah, Caporn's on the top northern island. Racha somewhere in the middle, and then who knows where the Trilithia girl is.
Yeah, we should
We'll
probably
deal with
figure
that
out which
after.
one she's on.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we need some sleep.
Well, there's
Maybe-
rooms
maybe-
upstairs, plenty of vacant ones for you guys to take. Different sizes if you want to bunk up. And also singles and king and queen size beds as well for those that need it.
Queen.
Is there more than one way down?
Yes, you are one.
Yes, thank you.
No, there's only one staircase that goes down.
So we're sleeping down here. Because,
There's a staircase that
people
goes
to get-
up.
right, but if that thing is coming up the stairs, how the hell are we going to get by it?
Jump.
Well, can't we just like teleport? Wouldn't you, like you were saying, if it's coming up the stairs, we just go away?
Yeah, but getting back is going to be the problem. I can definitely get us away and we can have time to sleep. It's just getting back here after we sleep is the problem.
I mean, at the very least, Polly, you should stay near Bryn.
I mean, none of my people have any reason to go outside tonight, especially now that all that chaos is over with. I can put a no-go on the door.
Please.
I mean, technically, this is another plane. Can it traverse planes? We agreed upon that, right?
Yes, it can traverse planes. In fact, that'd be the most dangerous portion of it because it would just sort of rip itself out of a plane into wherever it wants to. So basically,
what would be the situation here?
It would move in whatever plane it's at to where Bryn is, and then rip into the plane that she is.
If any of you have ruby dust, I have horse cage. It may hold it for a few minutes or seconds.
You can't even see it. None of us can see it but Bryn.
I mean, we do have a component section of our shop if you would like to purchase anything.
Have a shop here?
Yeah, down at the end of the smithing area.
Yeah,
There's a
like,
smithing
there's a
area?
there's a whole thing right there, dude. It's literally like 10 steps away.
Yeah, literally one wall is nothing but like carpentry, smiths. I told you they were melting and forging iron when you guys came in here.
I heard food, and that was it.
Both Kaporin and the player just zoned out at the kitchen.
I literally heard food, and then I couldn't stop thinking about food. Oops.
I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. Do you guys have any high-level magic?
Unfortunately, we don't have many in the way of magic casters here. So, we put together some of the components that we have access to, and then we'll usually have shipments to send, hence the port and everything, and send shipments out to go sell to those that need it, and then bring back the things that we need.
Do you folks have ruby dust?
Oh yeah, we have all sorts of dusts here. The mines on this island are wonderful.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I don't know if you guys want it as a backup or a temporary stop if you want to try it, but unfortunately I need about 1500. 1500? Yeah.
Yeah.
In order to cast that spell. It doesn't use it, so hopefully it wouldn't be too bad, but...
Well, how much money do you have, Aaron?
Good point. That's why good point. Thank you. Well, I only have 500 on myself. I mean, obviously, teleporting is what sounds like our main action, but if we need time, I can try to use it. You guys called upon it for it earlier. I'm sorry, I don't have the components for it.
I'm just looking. I'm looking through my stuff, looking for shenanigans. So y'all just keep going.
Anything in my repertoire is available to you folks.
I have like no money, just so everybody's aware.
Rochaw's actually broke for the first time? Wow.
He's always broke, man. He doesn't hold on to money whatsoever.
Rachaw, that's for you.
I feel like Rachaw always has money on him, or...
Well, he
some
does, and then
shenanigans.
he gets rid of it very quickly. And that's how you think he always has money, because he's always buying stuff. But it's an in and out
Shenanigans.
type of game with Rachaw.
Bryn, I wasn't there, but when this thing was like close to you, you said you saw it in your dreams and then you woke up, or it was
Yeah, it was in the dream that I had.
Okay. So if I slept like at the foot of the bed, you'd be able to wake me up if...
I mean, pretty sure I just like started running one time. Like while practically asleep, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this thing sounds like it moves really fast, so running isn't gonna work.
From what
But
you
the
do,
second,
what you guys have been
Huh?
told, what you guys have been told, and what can easily be remembered, is the first time you were dreaming, you basically woke up right away, but the second time you didn't, and you basically started sleepwalking or sleep running away from it. But they have told you that once you lock eyes on the thing, it slows down considerably. It just can move as fast as it needs to when you're not looking at it.
It also gains whatever mode of transportation.
Half the speed of whatever
Yeah.
mode of transportation that they were using. Yeah.
It's like motorboating on the ocean.
It's going 150 miles an hour, so it's much more like a small jet flying over the ocean.
It's just body surfing all the way from the Ixian sword dodge.
It's like that one SpongeBob movie.
Yeah, yeah. What's his face?
Hasselhoff or
Yeah.
yeah.
Hasselhoff just cutting through the waves.
so
So she
if
could
you wake,
tell you all that stuff, so you know.
if you wake me up, then when you know it's here, if you're not doing weird stuff, then I can just gather everybody real quick and bamf out, and then you can get the rest of the night's sleep if that works. It's just, again, getting back here is the problem. I don't know any wizards or anybody in Kember. And I don't think I really have the choice of asking my mom, because I don't remember where she is right now.
Pretty sure Val told us in a roll for insight where she was, but did we actually get that told in game?
No.
I mean, I've been messaging her on and off. I've been casting sending on and off every few days or so, but
Yeah, she would still be.
I just haven't actually had the actual conversations.
Yeah. And for the most part, she would tell you probably like loose information on where she's at, like, oh, I'm on the east side of the country, or I'm, this type of stuff. She wouldn't want to give too many descriptors, because first off, your mom is like that. Second off, she probably wouldn't want you to worry too much if she started saying some stuff.
Yeah, because right now she's on another continent.
Yeah.
But
she can be like, oh, I'm on the east side of the country, and technically be true, just not the country that you think she's in.
So it's up to you. It's just, we got to make a decision because you need rest.
Oh.
And the faster you get your rest, the easier this is going to be.
I mean, it's
In fact,
definitely
we
gonna
all
suck
need
to go back to Kember, but Beat's dying again.
I just don't want to leave Castian high and dry either. Because he just loves hanging out with us, don't ya?
Like halfway through a drink. Yes, no. Well, you guys are the best company I've had in 3,000 years.
Yep, high praise.
I mean, you can't say we don't keep it interesting.
This is a fact.
Ladash. Are there any big trees around here?
How big are we talking?
Like walk through them
5
big?
feet in diameter, which I highly doubt because we're on an island.
Yeah, I mean, we have some pretty chunky boys, but nothing that big.
Like the palm fronds that are really big? You know, like a big bush
Sorry,
of palm.
We're talking
Polly,
like
it's not gonna work.
probably 3.5 feet max. They're not
Looking
huge
sideways.
boys. These are just the little guys.
Can you make them bigger, Nori? Like just rapid growth those things like you did for the dash?
No, it doesn't work like that.
We're gonna go ahead and just stop her from doing that around us again.
Why?
No,
Well,
I don't know. Did any of you hear?
He kind of said a thing when we showed up earlier.
Yeah, he said that.
Nori, that didn't register as Nori. That's like, oh, that's my fault at all. That registered nothing.
in the process of trying to figure out why all of our crops started dying, we called that of another druid, and he said that there was something already present, and when certain spell work was done to help crops flourish, it also flourished the negative side of things as well, which we're not blaming you, Nori. We should have been on top of it to begin with, and I didn't know exactly what you were doing with your spell, which probably should have told you, but that was an interesting night to stop and talk about agriculture, so mistakes made all around, but just in case something in this jungle is a little bit more sinister than meets the eye, we're just gonna go ahead and just let everything naturally do its course.
Definitely don't want no giant centipedes or anything like that. Why'd you...
Don't remind me.
What?
Everything that was in that damn crop field. Anyway,
Oh God.
Have you seen what a mite looks like 100 times bigger? It's not
did-
precious.
Did you burn the island?
No, they ate everything.
You don't think they can swim, do you?
Anyone ready for the Starship Troopers crossover?
I'm just talking about like one tree this time. You're just trying to grow one tree big enough. And like, sure, there might be a worm in there.
The answer is no.
Hey, you guys want some guardian steak?
What you didn't realize is that there's like a python in the tree leaves. And all of a sudden, another guardian snake. There you go.
There you go. We give you the one back. You know.
Well, Richard, I'm not sure if you were interested earlier, it seemed, but did you have a question for Varen over here?
Huh? What?
Oh yeah, I had to talk to you, or I wanted to talk to you about the family and like gesturing towards Caparin. That demon I talked about that was around me, also in that family. I was wondering if you knew him, but we can talk about that later.
Do you know his name?
I mean, I know Qatar, but that's all.
Wait, you guys have actually met Qatar?
Yes.
Oh, were you the fuckers that did the boat? Oh, please tell me you were the ones that did the boat.
Look,
He did the boat.
I was trying to make a nest. That was all I was trying to do.
That fucked so much shit up. You don't even know. Oh,
yeah,
God.
I heard they had to reset. They had to reset all that.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Nine Hells just emptied of like 300 demons. Like, boom, gone. And we were just like, what the fuck just happened? And it was chaos. Oh, shit, that was wonderful. So many owners of different lesser demons were just like, where the fuck my person go? They couldn't call them back. Nothing. The entire fucking hell fleet was pulled out. It was glorious. The looks on the faces was fucking fantastic.
You're welcome.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. It had me stitched for days. Every time I thought back, even now. My cheeks are hurting.
What?
I'm gonna go to bed.
But without a full-on name of which demon is currently in you. Qatar and Barnabas have a bunch of siblings that they could use.
His assumption was it was Qatar. He wouldn't actually know what the demon's name was.
Oh no, he was just making you a vessel, basically. It wasn't actually Qatar. But yeah,
Kimura never asked who was inhabiting Richo.
true.
Now you have a new question for your dad.
Would you like me to dial up him right now? I don't think we
No,
really
please
want.
not. I don't want to
Let's-
see him again. Goodbye.
Yeah, let's
And
avoid
just-
that for a little while.
Varen just goes invisible again.
I mean, it's not like you're really gone, but okay.
Ladash is like, well, I've got some business to attend to, so you guys find your way to rooms. I'll keep an eye out for Jacob in case he does come back. But all of you, the majority of you, need some sleep. It looks like it's starting to show. And I'll put a no-go on the door, and I can keep it closed till at least 10 tomorrow.
Orange is gonna go, all right, and huddle up in a corner. He doesn't really want to go upstairs to a room. Or
Yeah, I
to
think as soon as we've had like a decent rest, we're out of here and out of your hair.
All right.
Oh, we gotta. In that, it's gonna depend on whether or not we can get Castian's ship up and running again. If we want, not
Right.
Yeah,
not just
but
the rest.
Once we sleep, if it stops going so fast, we could just run in circles. It wouldn't be.
Well, door will stay closed till 10 tomorrow, and from there, we can take a look at the ship and see what Cassian can do and what our people can do. Alright. So with that, say everyone gets to the rooms if they want to. Those that want to stay down here and curl in a corner like a cat can.
Josh sleeps in the rafters instead of on the roof.
Easy enough to do. The door does get locked and barred for any entrance or exit with Castian's key, or not Castian's key, Ladash's key. And Castian is going to go up and take a room as well. And you guys have a decently safe night for yourselves. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Did you say long rest?
No?
If I think of any questions, can I message you?
Yeah.
Ask Varen. Okay.
Quick question for you. If I had chosen Ishra, how awkward would that have made things?
I mean, he just would have probably been like, look, one of your people obviously understands who's the better god here.
So, wait, can I explain what I thought it was? Or
You know
I
what it
think
is, and you don't need to
Okay.
explain it.
Okay, I just was curious.
I know you know.
Okay.
Oh, damn it. I don't know.
But with that, if you guys have any questions, feel free to message me, and I'll get back to them as soon as I can. Richa, if you want to clarify it, feel free. But if I don't talk to y'all before then, you guys have a great night. Roll for insight on Sunday. And we are affiliate now. Thanks for everyone's donations, cheers, bits, and all the nice stuff. And a lot more stuff will be coming up to the stream shortly. So it should be fun. But everyone have a good night.
Yeah.
Night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
Thank you for all you. It's late. Thank you for all that stayed with us. Have a great night. Stay safe, and we'll see you Sunday.